morning. Good morning. Here we go. Day 2 of jury selection. We are waiting for the judge to open up the link. I wanted to get everyone in and ready to go before we start. Thank you.
I'm putting orders in the fridge.
Thank you.
I'll go get that, Joe.
How is everyone doing today? Let's see here. Oh my gosh. Did I go? No. Okay. Here we go.
We watched a movie at the theater.
I did slow down the latency, you guys, so that the closed captions will work. And so let me know if they don't work for some reason. I'm hoping that they work just fine though, but that will put me almost a full minute behind you guys chatting, running with the closed captions on. And so I am going to try to keep an eye on the actual YouTube chat itself. But just so you know, if it seems like I'm super delayed, that's why. It's because I want to make sure the closed captions are there, not only for people who are hard of hearing and things like that, but also yesterday we were having a hard time hearing some of the jurors whenever they were responding and things like that. Hi, Emily. Hi, Crime Curious. Hi, Sean. Hi, New Orleans lady. Good morning, Hope. Hi, Lise. How are you? Good to see you guys. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you come in so that we can help get this jury duty video out there. I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. And during the lunch break, whenever they send the jurors to lunch, we're going to start going over the case more in depth again. Today, I want to focus on Letecia Stauch's letters to Kit Kat. I do have her link in the description here. In those letters to Kit Kat, you know, she does describe her experience learning to become a vampire. And so those letters were written, you know, I think at the beginning of her trying to seem insane or like that she had DID, dissociative identity disorder. And so we will see how that goes, you know, and I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with those letters, but they're pretty interesting for sure. Good morning, Ramblin' Rome. How are you? Good morning, Susan. Let me check on the judge and see if we are in there yet. Just waiting for him to open up the link. My guess is they will get everybody seated first before they open it up this time, because yesterday they did have the jurors showing on camera as they were coming in and getting seated. And I know that was, you know, we were not supposed to stream their faces. I did not stream their faces here. But I know that there were some channels who did, you know, who did show their faces and things like that as they were coming in, which is a no. So, oh, you weren't in the chat when you were gifted. Let's see. Yes, I want to say it was Shabane actually that gifted memberships yesterday. Good morning, the Spudler. Yeah, Crime Curious. I had no doubt that she would be. You know, she went on vacation with him, but that was it. They were just taking a vacation before the trial started. And to be completely honest, I don't blame her. I would take a vacation before the trial and immediately after the trial, because this is a lot to deal with. This girl was likely tortured by her mom her whole life in ways, emotionally, probably physically as well. And I do not blame her. I do not blame her for the actions of her mother. She is not responsible for what her mother did. Do you want to say hi? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
You gotta say it nice and loud.
Hi, everyone.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
Justice for Gannon, huh?
Uh-huh. Can I throw down my handstand again?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that was very nice. It was very nice. You know what? I just don't blame her for for leaving town and taking a break before she got in there. I hate it whenever people honestly bash Harley and say things against her because, to be completely frank, she would have been arrested if she had anything to do with this. The DA did not need information from her for a plea deal or anything else like that. You know, they have enough evidence against Letecia. And so if she was involved in any way, shape, or form, she would have been arrested. You want to do a handstand too? Go ahead. Uh-oh.
Let's go. Here.
Yeah.
Let's do the handstand.
They're doing handstands next to me. Hi, Katie. Hi, Rexy. Good morning, guys. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Elizabeth. Good morning. Still waiting for him to open up the WebEx. Let me double check it.
Yes, you're doing hands. Oh. Yeah. All right.
Oh, here we go.
Come on, Lily. We'll start up here.
Sorry. Okay, so it is up. They are not talking yet. He is still muted. It looks like it's just us and there is Jack Sproul and Greg Warner. Yeah, good morning, Junior. They are, listen, yesterday was a long day for us. A 7.5 hour live stream is not something that I typically do. I'm not going to quiet them or tell them to calm down or anything like that because we will be streaming the sound very soon here. Thank you so much, Rose Petal. Thank you for being here. You know, this is all about justice for Gannon, and I know that my regulars noticed I changed the colors of my background. It is blue for Gannon until this trial is over. This is Gannon Stauch. So we are on day 2 of jury selection for Gannon Stauch, Letecia Stauch, justice for Gannon. So this is this little guy here. I love Judge Warner. You know, through this whole process, he has been, it seemed almost like he was being too lenient with Letecia because he was giving her all of the benefits of the doubt. He was allowing her to do this whole process, right? But whenever it comes right down to it, he is preventing an appeal at every standpoint. You know, he wants to make sure that this doesn't end up going to appeals. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Bautissimo. Sammy, thank you for coming. Yeah, 3 years in the making. Justice will be sweet. I agree. So about 6 minutes until he gets started here. Let me pull up, actually. Let me pull up the little slideshow here so that we can look at this. For those of you who are newer to this case, Gannon was 11 years old on January 27th of 2020 when he was reported missing by his stepmonster, Letecia Stauch. Gannon lived with his father, Albert Stauch, and his stepmother, Letecia Stauch, in Colorado Springs, Colorado. His mother, Landon, lived in South Carolina and had split custody with Albert, and she had the kids mostly for holiday visits and during the summertime. Gannon was initially reported missing as a runaway, and his stepmother's odd behavior and evidence found that during the first days that he was missing, it proved that he did not run away and unfortunately was murdered by his stepmother, Letecia Stauch. She wasn't arrested for his murder until March the 2nd, And Gannon's remains were found in Pace, Florida, over 2,000 miles away from where he went missing on March the 17th of 2020. So he was missing for quite some time before he was finally found. Good morning, Grandma Sherry. Yes, an abundance of caution protecting against frivolous appeals. Exactly. He has done absolutely amazing for him. He is a long game for justice for Gannon. Very much so. So let's see here. About 4 minutes yet. They're still not talking. Just going to keep an eye. Yeah, his sweet face makes you so sad he suffered so much. Right. It must have been one heck of a road trip. I agree. So we've also been going over this case for those of you who haven't been here. We've been going over it for the last week, honestly, in pretty much good detail. And we are going to continue doing that during the lunch break on jury selection today. Yesterday, it took place, I want to say between 1:30 Eastern Standard and 3:15 is around when he sent them to lunch. So we will continue doing that as this occurs. If you guys are interested in watching some of the other videos that I've done on Gannon, here is his playlist here. To this day, you are shocked on all factors surrounding Gannon's remains being found. Me too. Honestly, he was found, it was just by chance. We got very lucky that his remains were able to be found that day, because that area flooded not too long after that. He likely would have went out to sea. It's okay, thick fingers. I do that all the time. Ramblin', you need to message me, hun, because I have an entire list of commands. That way you can have it. Same thing with you, the Spudler. I have the list of commands that I can send you guys. It was fate. Exactly. Sad to have been born so small, but to survive, and then this monster takes his life. I know. That is one of those things that it's devastating, that he fought to live. He fought for his life because of being born premature. His parents fought for him to survive just for all of this to happen. It's just absolutely devastating. Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you for helping out. This case has been, though, and continues to be one of those cases where it's just always been close to my heart ever since the very beginning. Good morning, Uncorked with Brandy. How are you? Oh no, your puppy chewed through your charger for your laptop. Oh, that's awful. I don't know what it is with puppies and cords, but locomized doggies did that to her the one day. Have a good day, hun. Check Amazon for a replacement. Seems to be the best price place whenever I had to replace mine. We do need to evolve. I agree with that. Definitely. Just double checking and listening to see if he's here yet. Sorry, guys. Oh no, 20 toys on your bed, but the charger is the best. Yeah. Sounds good, Jude. Thank you so much. I think I actually have you on Facebook as well, so I can shoot it over to you. He really did, uncorked with brandy. You know, yeah, you wonder if the judge gets anxiety before trials like this. I'm sure it's not comfortable knowing that there's gonna be thousands watching, but I'm betting that him doing this through WebEx the way that he is makes it a little bit better because there's not strange cameras in the courtroom. It's just the cameras that have already been there. And so that works to his advantage, I believe. You know, I think that it works to his advantage that they don't have to act or whatever for different cameras, and it'll make it more comfortable for the jurors too, I think, knowing that there's not additional filming and things like that going on. I won't. I won't, I promise. Good morning, Jane Doe. How are you? Hi, Stacy C. Yeah, Gannon Strong, exactly. Justice for Gannon, guys. That's one thing that I hope that everybody, like, we continue to put blue hearts and prayer hands and all that stuff, Gannon Strong, in the chat, because that's what we're here for. That's what all of this is for. Justice for Gannon. Just waiting for them to start still. They're late. Somebody send the judge his tardy slip 3 minutes late. I think it was almost 10 past though whenever they started yesterday because they started ushering the jurors in. And like I said, I was honestly shocked that they were showing it. Because that was one of the conditions that he had posted in the permission for us to stream this via WebEx. One of the conditions was that we did not show or film the jurors' faces at all. That it was to be audio only. And so that is how we are set up, is for audio only. Which I just remembered I need to take my headphones off because otherwise you guys won't hear the audio whenever it pops up. Only I will. So let me make sure that that's taken care of, because I am certain that I would mess that up otherwise. Let's see if that works. Yes, nothing has happened yet. We are still waiting for the judge to come in. So, hi, B. Tim. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, guys. I didn't really have too much planned for whenever we first started out because I was thinking, they'll pop up and we'll be good to go. But we are still waiting. Honestly, if they don't come too much. Yeah, trials are often late. Ugh. I guess I know that tomorrow I should plan for more things because they are tardy. Let me give you guys a little bit of a look at some of these letters. Just a second here. I need to get them up. Come on, Judge Greg. We're ready. You wonder if she's being difficult. You know what? That's a thought because honestly, they did put about the fact that they are going to use excessive force if needed. B-Tim, you already missed the brief summary. You're late for new people who may not know. Yeah, it's okay. We can chat in the meantime. Wonder if she's being, yeah. This woman's mind is fascinating to me in a perverse sort of way. I know. I honestly wish that we could understand everything that happened.
Right. Court call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury, the jurors are present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, come on. It's the second day of spring, right? Let's try again. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Warner. I'm a district court judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury selection process, I'd like to introduce you to some of the people who are in the courtroom and who you may or may not have already met. Kathy is my court reporter. She's not going to wave because her fingers are doing something else. It's her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as a record of the proceedings, so that anything that is said by you, the lawyers, or the witnesses is made part of the record. Remember, she can only take down what you say. Nods of the head and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give us a verbal response, it will make her job a whole lot easier. You've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters such as parking, phone calls, those sorts of things. However, do not talk to them about this case, and they will not talk to you about the case. They're not being unfriendly. It's just that they are not permitted to discuss anything about the case with you. I assume that many, if not all of you, were not excited when you received your invitation to come down and join us. But please understand how important you being here is to our judicial system. I want to thank you for being here. You should know that the United States conducts approximately 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to make these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that the government should not have that much power. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar provision for a right to a jury trial. That right cannot be secured unless all of us have the obligation to serve when called. In case you're wondering, yes, I have that same obligation. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold, and I deeply appreciate your participation in this process. Thomas Jefferson said, I consider trial by jury is the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years. They all told me that they were glad that they had served. They said that they had learned a lot about our judicial process and how important that citizens such as yourself are to it. My hope is that if you are selected to be on this jury, you have those same feelings at the end of the trial. I do want to remind you at this point in time that you can't use your cell phones at any point during this process. So if you can turn those off, you need a moment to turn off your cell phones, go ahead and do that. In addition, we are identifying you by a number in court rather than the name. So we're going to be identifying you by seat number. We do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we do not want there to be any confusion regarding who we're referring to at any point in time. There may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Mrs. Smith. By referring to you by number, we keep that separated and it's clear in the record who we're talking to. In addition, while the defendant, the attorneys, the staff, and myself will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers, and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity, and to ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through the process of this trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when referred to by a number as opposed to a name. The fact that we are identifying you by number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected. The case we are about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are lawyers with the district attorney's office. If you would stand and
Morning.
I will sometimes refer to the district attorney as the prosecution or the people. The defendant or the accused in this case is Letecia Stauch, and she is being represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook. The charge against the defendant is contained in what is called the information and complaint. An information and complaint simply describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with the deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. In this case, as in all cases in Colorado, the jury will be only determining the facts in the case. They will not be determining the punishment or sentence. This is not a death penalty case where a jury has to determine whether that should be imposed. This is just a case where the jury is determining the facts of the case and whether or not the prosecution has proven everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case? Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, does anyone have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Juror number 5, or I'm sorry, 6. Juror number 6, you would raise your hand. Yes, ma'am. Okay, can you see me okay? Oh, you moved around a little bit. You did a little bit of bobbing and weaving. Okay, but are you able to see the attorneys in the council table okay?
Yes.
And my court reporter, can you see her all right? So this would be an issue if you were a juror and there were an exhibit, say up on this screen or that screen, depending, you might have some difficulty. Okay. All right. Anyone else have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on? No. All right. And before we go any further, I want everybody to understand if you are in this courtroom, you should anticipate being on this jury. And we're going to be asking questions of everybody in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the box. That's important to understand because I bet everybody back here, when they came in, was going, I am really glad I'm not sitting up there. But you need to understand that we always get into the back rows. We did yesterday. I anticipate that we will again today. And we'll go through that process a little bit further. In this case, we're going to select 12 jurors and 6 alternates. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial, and they will determine what the facts are based on this evidence. The attorneys anticipate that the case will take 6 weeks for trial. That does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3, so that would mean finishing evidence sometime in mid to late May. I do understand the burden such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over a case that took 18 weeks from start to finish, so I understand the burden. I've been there. I get it. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5 on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to. You will be able to go home to your families each day. And though you will not be able to discuss anything about this case with them, you will be able to talk with them about anything else. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes that they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this length of trial? All right. And I'm going to start in groups. So I'll start over here first. Juror number 4. Tell me what's going on.
Who has dementia in Washington State
I'm sorry, ma'am.
every 6 to 8 weeks to taking care.
Okay. I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am. When did that happen?
Her died in November.
Okay.
I've already been there. I was there. That's why I postponed my jury. Now,
Okay.
because I was there for a month.
Okay.
I'm leaving again May 4th.
Okay.
And I'm also on another, I'm subpoenaed for another on May 1st.
That doesn't sound quite right here, because you shouldn't be subpoenaed for 2 of them that close together here, unless, are they both here and at the El Paso County Combined Courts?
I think she's saying subpoenaed judge, not summons.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Yes. All right.
Subpoenaed
Okay. All right.
May 1st, and they said it should only be 1 day.
Right.
Like I said,
Okay.
we have plans to leave.
Okay. All right.
And I could be gone for a month.
Okay. All right. There was another hand in the back, juror number 6. Yes, ma'am.
I can't drive, and it would take a lot to have somebody drive me to and from court every day.
Where do you live?
Near Pat's Peak and Murray.
Okay. We might be able to do something about that. I have in other cases, not for a trial that's been this long, but I will take that into consideration. Anyone else? Let's see, that would be juror number 8.
Yep, self-employed startup, so we're still in our early days. All my time is necessary to help run the business.
What kind of business is it? Consulting what?
Technology.
Oh. Anyone in juror number 10? What kind of work do you do? Do you work for a company? And would that company have the ability to fill in your spot with someone else? Front row. Juror number 12.
We have an extended family vacation scheduled for the middle of April, and we've prepaid for a pretty big portion of it, so.
Okay. Anyone, let's see. 15, juror 15? That would be you, yes. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm the primary caretaker of my son. There won't be anybody to drop him off at school or pick him up from school during the time that would be needed for.
How old is he?
He's 8.
What time is he dropped off at school?
I drop him off 7:30. And then he has to be picked up a little bit after 2.
Okay, the drop off wouldn't interfere with being able to be here. Would he?
8 o'clock that we would need to be here, or 9.
Pardon?
Is it 8 that we would need to be here?
Generally about 9 o'clock.
So
Sometimes,
picking him up.
okay. And do you have anybody else that would be able to pick him up if you're not able to?
No, we're not from Colorado. We moved from New York. It's just myself and my husband. That's
Okay.
it. I have no one else.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? No? Back here, this front row? Juror 21 on the end there?
Sole provider for the house.
And what kind of work do you do?
So right now I'm getting ready to go back into the work field.
Okay. Others in the front row? Let's see. Juror number 25? No, in the front row here. Juror 25? Yes, ma'am, you. When? That's a Monday. Where is the service going to be? No, I understand that. Right. And the second row, starting at the end there, that'd be juror number 35. Go ahead. How old is your husband? Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in that row? Juror 37? Okay, that's at the start of June. Okay. I think we'll be done by then. Pretty sure we should be done by then. Tell me, and did I understand you correctly when you said that you work, but you don't think that the work would be an issue? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. I thought I had another hand back there. That would be juror number 38. Yes, sir.
Paid for as April 16th to the 26th.
Juror number 40, did you? Yeah.
Pre-book vacation, pay overseas.
You said mid-May. Do you know when the start date would be? Okay. All right. Thank you. And juror 41, did you have your hand up?
I just work, but that's nothing out of the ordinary for anyone else here.
Okay. Anybody in the far back row? I'm going to start over there on the end, juror 49.
A granddaughter at home that is 37. Right. She's our life. Husband works full time. I don't work. I take care of her.
Okay. All right. And next, juror 50. Do you, is it local? Yeah, no, it's, we for sure will not be having, any trials on Thursdays, and that is a Thursday, so that's going to work out okay? Okay. All right, juror 51, did you, yes? Hold on, when you bend over and talk to the floor, I can't hear you, so. Well, we go by seat number here. So it's okay, that's all right. Because we have to have both of those. See, we're selecting a jury over a period of days. And so we have your juror number, which is the summons number. But when you come in here, we're referring to you by seat number. Okay, so you would be juror 51. What do you have to tell me? What kind of work do you do? And is that like a massage therapist, a psychology therapist? What kind of work? Okay, all right. Anyone else in that back row? Okay. Looks like juror 53. Okay. You said May 15, right? All right, and juror 54.
Yes, sir. My wife's finally ill. Diabetic, she's had to have a number of sudden surgery.
And juror number 55. Yes, sir.
So, Your Honor, I just got off a 12-hour shift. We lost about 50% of our staffing outside. Where is open for those left over? If I leave here today, have to go back to work tonight. Basically, everybody's on 12-hour shifts and working their day, they're all their days off, 2 days off.
What kind,
They get that duration of the file.
what kind of work is it? All right, and up here in this first row, juror 30.
Your Honor, I am still.
All right, so another hand up here. Okay, juror 33.
Also work 12-hour night shift.
What kind of work do you do?
I do work some weekends. Want to go and work on weekends.
Okay. All right, juror 34. All right, and second row, juror 43. That's you, ma'am, in the stripe. That's okay.
Starting supervisor classes for my job and a couple of weeks. Probably last time.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand anything that you just said there. Can you do it again?
So I'll be taking management classes and about so that'll probably last for
The beginning of May. Okay, what kind of work do you do? And can those management classes be rescheduled to a later time? Okay, can you check on that during the lunch hour? Okay. I still want you to check, okay? All right, and I thought there was a hand. Yes, juror 44. Okay. All right, as far as diabetic is concerned, we've had diabetics before on the jury, and I've been able to accommodate that without issue. When is the trip in May? Okay. Anyone else in that second row? Okay, let's see. Juror 47. Right, and in the next row back there, and this is sort of where I have to stand up so that I can make sure I see correctly. All right, let's see. Juror 58. Yes, ma'am. And juror 59. Did you say over the weekend? Oh, I'm gonna say, I thought you were going overseas over the weekend, and I was going, that's a really quick turnaround there. Okay, anyone else in that? All right, and that would be jurors 62. Yes, sir.
If I have any family event,
24th. Okay. And where are you going? Anyone else in that row? No. All right. Next row back. Okay. Wrong sheet. Juror 66 over here on the end. Yes. The gentleman there that just barely has his hand up. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Okay, so let's try again. Yes, okay, juror 66. Yes, sir. Got it. Okay, and what kind of job is it? All right, and then juror 67.
I didn't think it was a problem, but having a game card and
Okay. Juror 68, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir. Well, wait, I'm confused. Where do you live? Okay. Okay. And Juror 69, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Okay, I was having a little bit of hard time understanding you. You have a doctor's appointments in New Mexico?
Yes. I have broke my wrist.
Okay.
Help me out.
Okay. And in the far back row, juror number 70? On the end there? Yes, ma'am.
I'm a paralegal and my husband. And I am his office manager. Tax law attorney. That's definitely.
All right. And juror number 71? How do you get there?
Well, I don't have kind of.
And anyone else in the back? Looks like juror number 74. Yes, ma'am. Juror 74? Okay. All right. Is there anyone that there was one that I missed, and that would be juror 73. Go ahead.
Also, I'll be considered. That's gonna follow me.
Well, you should be okay with either one of those because you're probably not going to be here tomorrow. The jury selection is today. We don't start evidence until April 3. And if your other appointment is next week, that will occur before the evidence starts. Okay. All right. Is there anyone that I missed? Juror number 36 over here.
Apologize, I didn't understand. Vacation,
And, okay, thank you. And then, juror number 68. No. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take a break at about 10:15 or so. So we'll have a restroom break in about a half an hour. Is that going to work? Okay. So we will take a break this morning, but I need to have everybody in the courtroom to be able to hear everything that's going on while we're all here. Okay. So we will take a restroom break if it's something urgent, if something comes up or something like that. Let me know and we'll see what we can do about taking a break that is not scheduled. Okay. Are you going to be okay until about 10:15? Okay. 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 Well, all right. All right. Let's see. I need to go through some challenges for cause, or I need to ask some questions regarding things that may disqualify you from serving as a juror in this case. I want to go through that list of grounds now. Do any of you believe you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys? No response. Do any of you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor and creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of, or partner in business with, or surety on any bond or obligation for the defendant? That's a long lawyer question asking if you have particular relationships with the defendant. Do you work with them? Do you work for her? Does she work for you? Do you rent from her? Does she rent from you? Any of those kinds of things. So we're looking for particular relationships. Anybody think they fit in that category? No response. Are you now or have you been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against or been accused by him, by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Were any of you a witness to any matter related to the crime or its prosecution? If any of you believe that you are a witness in this case, please raise your hand. No response. Do any of you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case? Anyone feel that? No response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Juror 21. Okay. And I was going to ask about that, and there actually was a question about that on the questionnaire. Did you take part in any of the vigils or the searches or anything like that? You did. Okay. Yes, sir. Anyone else? That would be, hold on a minute. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. That would be juror 58. Yes, ma'am. Okay, and that's a little bit separate question that we'll ask about later. Whether or not you have any preconceived notions or anything like that. So either I or the attorneys at some point, like, we'll be asking about whether anybody has psychology training, those sorts of things. And that's where we will want to talk about it there. What I'm asking more about is feelings about this particular case. It sounds like you have experience in the area that may impact your thought processes, but you don't have anything specific to this case. Is that right? Okay. Anyone else? No response. Public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? Please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category?
Please, sir.
Yes. Please raise your hand if you are incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. And that would be juror number 20. Yes, ma'am. What's your concern?
Well, mentally, my mind is made up. No insanity. If it's a hung jury, no insanity. I cannot be moved. When I was very young, my adopted mother took butcher knife to me as a way of getting me to do what she wanted.
Okay.
So I don't know if that goes into this or a different question.
Well, that's a slightly different question because that would be a bias or something of that nature. What we're looking for here is whether or not you have a physical or mental limitation. Perhaps you're on a medication that you have to, you're not able to stay awake or something of that nature. The concern that you have is a legitimate one. But what we're looking for here is if there is, the physical limitations are easy. Some people say, I can't sit for very long, or I can't move, or something like that. So we're looking for something like that in the mental limitation. It sounds to me like because of a past experience that you have certain feelings about this case. And that's a little bit different. It's still important, and that's something that we need to know. So I'm glad that you brought it up. But it sounds as though you're able to hear me okay, able to see okay, able to process information. I've occasionally had some people that say because of the medication that they're on or something like that, they can see things, but they can't process stuff very well, or it will affect their hearing such that they can't hear very well, those kinds of things. That's not your issue. Your issue is a personal experience. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? And juror 35, you already told us, is there anything? Okay, I understand. Please raise your hand if you have served for 5 days or more as a trial or grand juror in any state or federal court within the past 12 months. Anyone in that category? No response. At this point in time, we're going to have my staff is going to hand out a list of witnesses. The question that I have for you is, do any of you think you know any of the potential witnesses on this list? All right, are you going to be okay back there? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. Here's what we're going to do so that everybody understands. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess now. When we come back, we're going to be here until noon. Okay, so let's hold off on, let's recollect those witness lists for right now. And I know that this is different than what you may experience in a lot of other situations, but I cannot proceed We cannot proceed with this questioning and proceed with talking with everybody here unless everybody is here. And everybody has to be here at the same time. So if you need a break, take it now. So we're going to take our break until 10:15. When we come back, expect to be here in your seat until noon. All rise for the jury, please.
Can we go out this door?
No,
Oh,
no, that's a secured hallway. So it's gotta be that way.
okay, thank you.
I don't know if he's going to talk or not, but if he doesn't, I will be ready with something for you guys. It seems like there's a few that are trying to be difficult, which is silly because yesterday he very quickly just released people after he got through this line of questioning. Literally all they had left to do was read this witness list. And then once they read the witness list, he would have taken a quick break and he would have crossed out, X amount of people. Yesterday on the very first cut, I want to say he released around 30. And so it's like, what complaining about having to go to the bathroom, Tammy, it sounds like. So that's why they went for their break early. But they're almost done with, like, they would have just, scurried along and kept going. Yeah, it does. It seems like there's always a few that are trying to get out of it. And I get it. Some people are just not cut out to sit there, especially for 6 weeks, and pay attention. And honestly, if you don't want to be there, I would rather you
Yes, sir.
not be there
Okay.
anyways, so that justice
He asked
can
a
get
question
served
about the mental
properly.
capacity, the drugs I'm taking, and I mentioned seeing the neurologist tomorrow. She's going to give me the results of an MRI of I have a brain tumor. Okay. That may disqualify me for further. Gotcha. So,
I'm going to mute what he's saying because this sounds like a personal thing, and I don't think we need to hear this guy's drug and stuff issues with his doctor.
And we're gonna have, actually, everybody needs to go out.
Okay, here we go.
The court.
Yeah, I would hate to see his calm manner leave him. Exactly. Sorry, I muted it because I don't want, that guy was talking about his doctor and things like that, and I don't think that was supposed to be on this.
Hey. Hey.
You know what? They haven't.
Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. And Ms. Stauch, I think you have seen the circumstance that we have to deal with. So instead of taking a later break today, like we did yesterday, it's now, do you need to use the restroom now? Or are you gonna, okay.
It does seem like that, doesn't it, Frazzle Mom? Instead of being honest, a lot of them are trying to play him. That's what it honestly does seem like it. And that's sad, right? I would rather them not be there though, because if they are going to not take this seriously, not take Justice for Gannon seriously, then I don't want them there anyways. The last thing we need is, a juror falling asleep in the box or someone not showing up the day of, or or something along those lines. You know, if you're not qualified to be there, then go. Rambling. That's funny. Yeah, she just doesn't deserve much, right? We've got No, you're fine. You're fine. You know, this monster, this witch, the things that she did, it's just not it's not okay. None of it's okay. Monster tea. So somebody asked me and had questions kind of about why we are allowed to stream this WebEx, but we have not been allowed to stream WebExes in the past and or record them. And so I wanted to show you guys this motion because some people must not have seen this. And so I just want to make sure that everyone is aware, like, what I am doing is completely legal. This was authorized by the judge. Anyone else who is restreaming this, it is okay. And so this is under, you know, their actual court documents that they have. They have a special case file just for tea on their website, to tell you how much attention this case has gotten in the past. But this one is an order authorizing expanded media coverage. And it says this matter is set to proceed to trial commencing March 20th of 2023. The trial of the proceedings will be broadcasted via webinar. Any observer of the webinar may capture any video or audio of the proceedings and is authorized to rebroadcast them with 2 exceptions. There shall be no audio or video capture of bench conferences. That's kind of why I muted that guy whenever he came up to start talking about his doctor stuff. I don't know if they would consider that a bench conference or not, but just in case, I'm going to play it safe and we'll just mute it if it sounds like something like that is going on. The other thing is there shall be no capture of any video of any juror's face. Now, these people who are in the courtroom now are not technically the jurors yet, right? They're all potential jurors, but that's why yesterday, whenever they were showing them walking into the court and things like that, I didn't show that, right? I kept it off of my screen. I've been keeping an overlay up and things like that to make sure that we are following all of the judge's orders, because I am so thankful and happy that he is allowing us to do this. This is not typical. This is not typically how we follow cases whenever they go to court. Usually there is like law and crime there or court TV or something of that matter. That's not the case in this case. This is all going to be done through WebEx. So the use of any camera in the courtroom or 4th floor hallway over the south tower of the El Paso County Combined Courts is prohibited. Participants, media, and observers are prohibited from blocking the hallways, entrances, or exits in or out of the courthouse. Interviews or press conferences on the 4th floor or the south tower are also prohibited on days when court is in session. So they cannot take pictures or video of anything going on in the entire hallway, not just in the courtroom, but the whole hallway. Nothing is allowed to be filmed there, period. Not a live stream, not a picture, nothing. A representative of KRDO and a representative of the Colorado Springs Gazette will be permitted in the courtroom during the voir dire to provide pooled media coverage. Due to limited space, no other media representatives will be allowed in the courtroom during that phase of the trial. So that's it. I mean, they're really limiting what they're doing here. And again, no cameras other than the WebEx camera. It says when media representatives are in the courtroom, they may tweet, blog, or send real-time messages, so long as those activities do not interfere with the court proceedings. And so that's what we've been following in the past. You know, we've watched them via tweet do the court updates a lot and things like that. Yes, Ramblin' Rome, we will have video starting April the 3rd. And there is going to be what was I going to say? There's going to be 3 separate cameras. There's going to be one facing the judge, one facing the like prosecution and defense, and one facing any like the witness stand or any evidence, to make sure that there is no capturing of the jury during the trial. It's going to be the already stationed cameras that we have seen before if you have watched any of the WebExes in the past. There is probably going to be one edit though, because in the past they have had stationary microphones on the defense and prosecution's desk. Yesterday it was pointed out to the judge that whenever they have personal conversations and things like that, people who are watching via WebEx are able to hear those conversations. And so I think that what they're going to end up doing is putting a microphone on a podium that they will have to walk up to, or possibly even lapel mics. I don't know what their equipment is like there. But Letecia is in the courtroom currently. She was just there. You heard Judge Greg Warner ask if she had to go to the restroom. And so she has to be there. And that's the other thing I wanted to show you guys, because I talked about it a little bit in my brief 10-minute upload yesterday. And let me show you. Let me get it for you here. Oh, actually, I have it up here. Let me pull it up like this. So this was an order basically reminding Letecia and her defense team that shall she decide not to come, she will be forced out of the jail with any reasonable force necessary to secure the attendance of her at this trial. And once she gets to the courthouse, if she continues to refuse to go in, she will be brought to the courtroom several times throughout the day to see if she has changed her mind, and to try to force her basically to be there. Tammy Clips, yes. Let me go back and see. Okay, so currently Shea selected. We had 20 selected yesterday. They started with 75 potentials today. The judge is hoping to get around 20 again today. And that will give us, if he does that for 5 days, that'll give him a potential pool of hopefully 110 to 120 jurors for the morning of April 3rd. The morning of April 3rd, they will go in, and the defense and prosecution will get to select different people basically out of that 110 pool that they will have sitting there. So they likely won't actually have that many though. They wanted to have extras for just in case people don't show back up, or if they have change of life and things like that between now and April 3rd. I have to keep muting because I keep coughing. I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, I thought she might act out. I'm sure she will during trial, but at least she's being quiet for now. She needs to hear all of this. Yes, I agree, Tammy. He wants 12 jurors and 4 backups, so 16 total will actually be sitting there at the trial. Oh, thank you so much, Brittany. Yeah, 4 alternates. So hopefully these people who are here today, like I hope the ones that are playing games that he just eliminates, but at the same time, it's like kind of annoying that they are able to just throw fits or whatever and try to delay everybody else's life and then to get out of it. You know, just be honest, give him a reason that you can't be there, and then he'll dismiss you. So I hope they stop playing games, or at least just send the guy out that's causing issues, because I would hate to see today take longer whenever he is doing so well so far today. It seems like he's moving very quickly. After Murdaugh, you say you have more alternates. Yeah, honestly, I was excited yesterday. I was like, oh my God, do they already have the 20? But I forgot that he was doing like the 110 poll and stuff. So, let me go see if I can find where in yesterday's video the defense starts talking. I know it was right after lunch break, so let me Let me check and we'll see if we can squeeze that in here before they come back from lunch. That way you guys can hear the opening statements for Michael Allen, because yesterday his opening statement was honestly, it kind of threw me off. It really shocked me because he said something about, if you have somebody who intentionally burned their child with a candle or something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it definitely shocked me because I had never heard that, they had any proof I guess with him saying that he intentionally was burnt. That kind of threw me off. So let me see if I can find where it says this. Okay, here, this should be it. This should be around where he says it. So this is around the 4-hour and 18-minute mark.
Even though you might be shy about public speaking, please raise your hand and speak up to further that discussion on these different topics. I'll give you an example. Back in school.
So she goes down to look for him and she's calling to him and she can see him. He's across the room. And she follows his gaze because he won't pay attention to her.
Wait a second. That's Chasing. How's Chasing's voice
Gaze,
on my video
she
right now?
sees the man. And he's covered. His face is covered, of course.
That's hilarious.
And you
Whenever I
are,
opened her video yesterday, you could hear that.
15, thank you.
The attorneys?
The attorneys? Good guess. And you are number 24, I believe? Okay, perfect. So when a case comes to a prosecution, it just comes to us as the case. We don't go out and get people. For 29. So you guys in sort of being that charging capacity in the grand jury, tell us what your thoughts are as it relates to the concept.
No, okay, so whenever Chasing was live yesterday, that was yesterday's video, you heard her voice. And whenever she was live during lunch, I clicked in to see like what she was up to, because I love Chasing so much. And I didn't realize that because I was sharing my screen the way I was, that it that you guys could hear her whenever I clicked into her. Like that was my fault. That was not Chasing making a boo-boo or having a hot mic. That was me being like, oh, I wonder what Chasing's doing. So sorry about that. It was whenever they first came back in, I was trying to multitask and look at two different things. And yeah, I was only in there for like half a second, but that's hilarious. So sounds like they're back though. Tammy, I will find the exact second that he says it and we will listen to it. I just don't want to miss him saying anything or mess it up. Yeah, I know, right? No, she did not do a duty run. She is very, very responsible. Hilarious. Yep, nope. Oh man. Too funny. I guess I'm gonna keep looking for this, but I'll just do it from my phone. That way if he comes back.
We have almost everybody. And I just remembered what I learned from yesterday, and that is to excuse the people in the back first. So I'm gonna change it up a little bit. I'm gonna excuse juror number 71 in the back. 73. No, the gentleman next to you. 73. Yes, sir. 74. 68. And 67. Wait a minute. Yep. 68 and 67. Oh, 68. 67 is already gone. 67 was the gentleman with the heart condition.
Yeah.
Okay, and so now we're up to speed here. 62 on the end, yes. 59. No, hold on. No, stop. Go back. You're right.
Okay.
God, these people just don't have to be this difficult. Just
Okay.
behave for a minute. He'll let you go. That one guy for real did not come back though. Oh, geez. Sorry, guys. Man, oh man. He's eliminated 10 so far. We're still waiting for more numbers here.
35, 37, 39.
Okay, he's just quiet again. They muted, I think, because yep. You think they met him in the hallway and said bye. Shay, I would like to be a juror for this trial. I would love to find Letecia guilty. Love it. I would think so, Ramblin'. Especially as serious as Colorado takes
Now let's
jury
start the
duty.
next part. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to have the staff hand out some witness lists for you. These are people that we anticipate will be witnesses in this case. The question that I'm going to have for you is take a look at it and let me know at the end if you know anybody that is on that witness list. Is counsel up to speed on who I excused, or do you need to see my sheet? Prosecution? Are you guys okay? Mr. Tellini, are you okay? Okay.
Lip lock, you're a good person. You're like, if I knew nothing about the case. I'm going to tell you, he tells the jurors, the potential jurors that he selected yesterday, he's like, do not leave this courtroom and Google it. And I'm going to tell you, I would have so much problem with that, especially over a 2-week period. I would be like stealing people's phones, like trying to look at stuff just in case they looked at my phone history. I would not be a good juror. I would be awful. Absolutely awful. Do not select me because I will.
There are a lot of
look it up.
witnesses, so if you want to write some names down or something like that, there are those notepads there on the bars in front of you and some pens if you need to do that, if you have a question about it.
He's being quiet again.
Look around.
I'm
Are they
sorry,
gonna
I didn't realize
sequester
Todd
the
left. I
jury?
should have helped you. I'm sorry.
I mean, they told him that they're not allowed to look anything up. Hi, Scout. No, thank you so much for being here. I can stream it all day long, but if you guys don't come watch, it doesn't matter. I mean, they tell them that they get to go home, so not technically sequester, but he told them that they're not allowed to talk about it or look it up. So it's like kind of. His voice sounds like, hey,
Ran
JB.
a little short.
Kind of.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
You're surprised. Yeah, me too. Definitely wouldn't want to be on any trial of a child's
Can you
death.
get
I would
that
be
door
too
for me,
afraid.
please?
I wouldn't get the images out of my head, right? How can they avoid the television? I know. Oh my goodness, you're sanding a ceiling? Mm.
Thank you.
You're getting your little mini shed house thing ready, right? It would be hard to do. There's no way, and especially if somebody tells me not to do something, it makes me want to do it that much more. I am that person, you guys. Like, don't touch the red button. But why? What does the red button do? You're going to have to give me a list of the red button. And even then, I'm not going to trust you and still want to push the red button so that I can check just to see if you were being honest or not, that that's what the red button does or doesn't do. You haven't seen a jury sequestered in a very long time. Can you remember a case that you followed they did? I don't know. Yeah, don't look now. Me too. I can't. I guess it's part of the inquisitive nature of me, right? We have to know everything, right? That's why we're sleuths. We're nosy. We need to know all the answers. Yeah, you were that kid that wanted to test the boundaries, waters, buttons, whatever. Still that kid, exactly. Exactly. They're like, oh, there's a gag order on this case and no one's allowed to know anything. And I'm like, excuse you? Why? Where is it? And I hate it whenever people put the information out public, but at the same time, I still want to see it. I still want to know the
Two
answers.
more.
Let's see. There's a very, very long. There is a very,
All
very
right, has
long
everybody had,
witness
is there
list.
anyone
That's
who
why I
has
took a
not had a
minute.
chance to look at the witness list yet? If so, please raise your hand. All right, it looks like everybody has. Prosecution, is there anyone else that the prosecution intends to call as a witness in this case that is not on that list?
No, Your Honor, thanks.
Defense?
Yes, Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser and Caitlin Craig.
All right. Do any of you think does any juror think they know any of the potential witnesses in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like we have a couple. Let me start in the far back. Juror number 66, who do you think you know? Who? Okay, and how do you know Detective Sapp? Okay, okay. And I don't know, this is a potential list of witnesses. I don't know whether these witnesses are going to actually be called, and some of them may be important, some of them may not. Some of them may have, 2 minutes worth of testimony and some may have 2 hours. I don't know. The question that I have for you is, could you judge Detective Sapp's testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony? Okay. All right, no, that's fair. There was another hand, there it is. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Juror 45, who do you know? No, wait a minute. This woman here, you had your hand up? Yes, ma'am. And what? Right. What kind of job did that Josh Johnson have? Does that sound like the same person? Probably not the same person. Okay. All right. And was there another hand back here? Okay. In the back, and juror 61. Yes, sir. Brandon, last name? Bullard. Okay. Since the name sounds familiar and you're going from that, it sounds like not close friends. Okay. Suppose that this is the same Brandon Bullard that you knew. And I've had it happen where people don't realize they know somebody until they take the witness stand. And I remember one trial where I had where juror gasped, but I'm going, how bad is this? She just said her name and she was just going, oh, I remember. So we had to have a conversation with the juror and she said, oh, I remember from school years and years and years ago. So the question is not whether you know them. The question is, can you judge that person's testimony just as you would judge anybody else's testimony? So the mere fact that even if this is the same Brandon Bullard that you may have known from high school, okay, so even if it's the same person that you may have known from high school, you can just look at their testimony just as you would anybody else's. Yeah, okay. All right. Is there anyone else? Oh, over here. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. Juror 15.
The F&E nurse,
The who?
the F&E nurse at UCL.
Amanda Ben.
Amanda.
Okay. And how do you know her?
Co-workers, I used to manage the HIM department for UC Health centrally.
Okay.
And I've done medical records as well as the actual F&E medical records. I've looked through them. I've worked very closely with that department.
Okay. And again, I don't know how she fits in or what it is that she did. But would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would be able to judge anybody else's testimony?
I might give more credence based on the knowledge I have with medical records and stuff like that. So I might think that that would bear more validity.
Well, that's a little different question, because what I'm asking here is not so much the records or the work that she did, but her as a person. So suppose she comes in and she testifies about something that has absolutely nothing to do with the records or anything like that. Would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would judge anyone else's testimony?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. So do I have it right that what you're really looking at is you have some experience with the type of work that she does, and because of your familiarity with that work and having done some of that work at that facility, if she were to testify about that, you would give it more credibility.
Probably.
Okay. So he's just gone. Don't worry about it. Okay. Okay. At this point in time, I'm going to have the attorneys give you a 2-minute mini opening statement. It's just an opportunity for them to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors in this case, but it does give us a starting point for a conversation. With that, prosecution.
Morning. January 27th, 2020. Gannon Stauch, 11-year-old boy, was taken, brutally murdered. The evidence in this case will show that the person who murdered Gannon Stauch is the defendant seated over here to my right. And when you look at the evidence in this case, you have to evaluate it as to what's going through her mind at the time that she's killing Gannon. And the way you do that is look at her actions and what her actions were. What her actions were, stabbed him times. Gannon was fighting for his life. He had his arms up. He's got cuts on his hands, cuts on his arms. He's got 3 stab wounds to the chest. Got a stab wound to his head. Actions. He also took a blunt force object and crushed his skull. Fractured his skull. Actions. Then she took a gun. She had to get the gun. He fired that gun 3 times. One of them striking him in the chin, causing his death. But it's not only during the commission of the crime that the evidence is going to show that not only did she participate and do this crime, but she was legally sane at the time when she did it. Because she did actions afterwards. When she fired the gun, 3 shell casings come out. Those shell casings are never found because she took the time to pick them up. Not only did she take the time to pick up those shell casings, she took up the time to clean up the mess she made because he was killed in his own bedroom. And there was blood all over the wall. There was blood all over the mattress and blood on the floor. And she took the time and effort to clean that up so that she hopefully would not get caught.
Wrap up, please.
She also gave numerous versions of what happened to Gannon on January 27th, 2020. The first one was that he just went to a friend's house and ran away. She changed her story depending on what evidence was presented to her. At the conclusion of this case, you'll see that her actions led her to the charges, and we will be asking you to convict her of every charge that she's charged with, and we will be asking you to find her legally sane at the time that she killed Gannon Stauch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Defense.
What? All the things Mr. Young just told you, we're going to hear. A horrific, violent event, a brutal homicide. We're going to hear that Ms. Stauch afterwards gave numerous versions, stories. Afterwards, each growing in, each becoming more irrational, as she told. You'll also hear that the evidence circumstantially will clearly indicate that after this 11-year-old boy was killed, that he was stuffed in a suitcase, transported to Florida, discarded there, and left for over a month until his body was found. You're going to hear and see photos from the autopsy of that boy who had been brutally murdered and that was in a state of decomposition. We'll also hear, though, from Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Examined Ms. Stauch worked over the course of 3 days and 14 hours. Who's from Yale, who's had a 4 years of experience dealing with this, that based upon her interviews and her review of the mental health history that Ms. Stauch has had, that she, among other things, suffered from dissociative identity disorder, formerly known as multiple personality disorder. That when this event took place, she was in a psychotic state and detached from reality, and in the opinion of Dr. Lewis, was insane. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You've heard the attorneys tell you a little bit about what they believe the facts in this case are and what the evidence will show. Please understand that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. What is evidence is when a witness comes in, raises their hand, swears to tell the truth, takes that seat and tells you what they have to say. And then there are rules of law and evidence that apply to their testimony as well. The attorneys never take that oath. They are paid advocates in hoping to convince the jury of a particular position. So nothing they say is evidence and is entitled to any evidentiary weight. In this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I give you. Even if you have heard or read something in the media, the real question is whether you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Is there anyone here who thinks that they may have heard something about this case, either I'll just say media in a wide variety to include Facebook, and I have no idea what's out there. But does anyone think that they've heard anything about this case in any form or fashion, from friends, from television, radio, print media, anything like that, and thinks they cannot set that aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented in this courtroom? Please raise your hand. Okay. Again, we're going to start in sections. So juror number 1, yes, ma'am.
It would be very difficult for me to be impartial. I just my evaluation's the first one.
Okay. And there were other hands up here. Let me go in the back. That would be juror number 7.
I too have heard a lot on TV, seen a lot, and talked a lot about this, and I really don't think I can partial on this because I don't agree with the insanity. I really think it would be hard to change.
Okay. And you understand that, I mean, people are talking all kinds of what conclusions should be drawn from sanity evaluations, but there's not any evidence of that or why they concluded. You would actually hear the experts in this case make a determination regarding whether they, easy for me to say, why they did or didn't believe that she was sane at the time. Do you understand that? Okay. But you feel like your mind is made up pretty much? Okay. Front row, and let's see, 2, 3, 6. So juror 16.
I work at a grocery store and talk a lot with customers and other employees, and we've had quite a bit of conversation as everything's going on with that. And my mind is basically made up as well. And I have an 11-year-old son as well.
Juror 17.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that I could be impartial with an 11-year-old child. And from what I've heard, and I just accepting an insanity plea, it seems awful.
Okay. So for you, it's not the publicity issue, it's the 11-year-old issue.
It's that, and I mean, I remember reading about it. I didn't go into detail with it.
Right.
I remember having a very visceral, emotional reaction to the situation.
No, and I appreciate that response because we do a lot of different kinds of trials, and unfortunately, some of them involve young victims. We have this case does not involve it, but and that's kind of why I'm choosing the crime, even though it sounds, and it is terrible, sex assault on a child. We deal with those oftentimes. And I often hear from jurors say that they would have difficulty dealing with that kind of crime because it involves a child. And the question is whether or not you think that you can put that aside and just decide the case based on the facts. Do you think that you can do that?
No.
Okay. All right. And was there another? I'll get to you in a minute. Was there another hand in the front? No. And juror number 6. Yes, ma'am.
Hard time with the incentive. Talked with my family and friends about.
What is it about? You said that you have difficulty with the insanity plea. What is it about that you have difficulty with?
I just don't believe that she's a.
Okay, and it could be if you haven't heard any evidence about this case yet, right? Okay, so it sounds as though I'm just trying to understand what that is based on if you don't have any evidence on it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And before I get too much further, I'm going to ask questions about insanity separately. What I'm trying to find out at this point in time is the issue with respect to publicity and whether or not there's anyone who believes that they would have difficulty setting aside publicity that they may have heard in this case and deciding the case based on the evidence. Is there anyone who feels that way? All right. Juror 8.
Yep. We were looking at house sessions in January of 2020, and we actually drove by, I think, where a lot of this was going on, and that, we were curious about what was happening, and we looked into it a little bit, and it's shocking here at that time, and as it's grown, we
Okay. Would you be able to set aside the publicity aspect and decide this case based on the evidence?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And is there certain things that you remember from the publicity that are causing you an issue, or?
I mean, I feel relatively biased on what child deserves, what no one deserves.
Okay. And I'm fairly certain, and I've presided over a lot of trials. And I think Mr. Tellini has painted at least some of what I anticipate the defense will be. And I don't think you're going to hear anybody in this courtroom say that this was deserved. I don't think, frankly, you would hear anybody in any courtroom say that this was deserved. The real question here is whether or not it meets the standards set forth for conviction, or has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything that they're required to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So, and I'll get into that in just a minute. Again, at this point, I know it's hard for people who are not trained in the law, but at this point, I'm only asking a very specific, very discrete question. And that is, forget everything else, just with respect to publicity. Is there anything about the publicity that you think you could not set aside?
I'm not sure.
Okay. No, that's fair. Okay. All right. And back here, this section in the front row, any hands? No. Juror 55? Yes, sir.
My opinion on this is that I believe it's evading, probably not taking responsibility for it. Basically copying out and trying to shift the blame to something else other than the person.
Okay, let me stop you for just a moment, because those are all valid opinions and opinions that I need to know about. But my question is very narrow, very narrow. The only question that I'm asking at this time is whether or not there is any publicity that you have seen, heard, or experienced that you think you could not set aside. We're not talking about insanity. We're not talking about an 11-year-old. We're talking about just the publicity. I will get to those issues. I promise I will. But because of the way the law works, there are certain discrete ways that I have to go about doing it. So, and by discrete, I mean I need to know specifically what the legal basis is for something. So I'm just trying to find out if there's publicity that you've been exposed to that you think you cannot set aside.
Going to another state with Publicity case.
Oh my God, I agree, lip locked. I'm like, oh, just mark this guy off. Just tell him
Okay.
to sit down, but they have to get an
On this
answer.
side, in the front, juror 31, you have the most, that would be you, the one with the unique purse.
Yeah, there have been lots of. I've been wise out in the area.
That's where you grew up? Okay.
Sister lived right around the corner from where this happened. I didn't participate in part of it, but all the publicity that has been going on, my mind is kind of been made up. And I'm positive I can't overcome.
Okay. Anyone else in this front row? Okay, second row, juror 43, striped shirt. That's you. Yes.
I don't think I missed. All kinds of.
Okay. Juror 44. No, the girl in the sweat in the gray sweatshirt. Did you? Oh, I thought you did. I'm sorry. Okay. Juror 45. No, that's all I need. Let's see. Oops. And let's see, that would be juror, I think you're in the wrong place. Yes. Okay, because I have. Yeah, that's what I have, but I have him as being excused.
No, I still haven't.
Okay, all right, then I must have marked it off wrong. Okay. Juror 47, go ahead. Yes, sir.
I experienced emotionally.
Okay. That's what I was confused a little bit when you said the construction site, not on this house, but there was construction out in the area. And so you drove by in that area every day. Okay, I got it. That's what I was a little confused there for a minute. Okay. Okay, next row back. You're 57? Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that I can change the case. The foster children. I adopted the last 3. Nope. And I can be truly what she may need. Wrong of me to do that. But my heart is already tearing for this child. I had a cousin that was stabbed 27 times in Arizona. Then had her body part of my family. I just don't think that this is where I was.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? Row behind. And last row, juror number 70.
So, social media aspect, I'm on all time. I'm on all. But and from day one, I've
Okay. Anyone else in that background? All right. All right. Now I want to talk a little bit about the process and the law that applies to this case before I move into a different area. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all of the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all of the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. You may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while testifying on the witness stand. And, depending on how you view the testimony, you may believe all of the testimony of a witness or part of it or none of it. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. This means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because you've not heard any evidence in this case and the defendant is presumed innocent. That won't change or hasn't changed simply because the attorneys have told you what they believe the evidence in the case will show. Now, someone may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong or else you wouldn't be here. However, that's an improper question. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of charges against the defendant. However, the charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed any crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome that presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may find it helpful to think of the charges in this case as similar to a recipe from a cookbook. When we get to the end, there'll be charges, and each one of those charges has certain elements. And the prosecution must prove each one of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, for instance, suppose for a moment that you wanted to have a Denver omelet, and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up. You added some ham, you added some mushrooms, you added some cheese. In that event, you might have a really nice ham and cheese omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges the defendant with a Denver omelet, the prosecution has to prove a Denver omelet. No substitutions on the menu are allowed. Proving ham and cheese omelet isn't enough. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they have charged and not something else. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you think you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everyone wants to be fair, right? And you can only do that if you hear both sides, right? But that's an improper question, because that's not the process that we follow in a court of law. This isn't the Maury Povich or Jerry Springer show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. The defendant does not have to present any evidence or any testimony. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That's because it isn't evidence. It does not prove anything and must not be considered for any purpose. Sometimes you will hear attorneys ask jurors questions that are intended to elicit a response from you, such as, well, I know if I were accused of something, I would make sure that I took the stand and told my side of the story. That's probably a pretty natural response from everybody. I get that a lot from jurors. But as I indicated earlier, that's kind of a trick question, because that's not the process we follow in a court proceeding. In any event, does anyone know what the number one psychological fear in the population is? It's higher than a fear of dying, and most people find it even scarier than meeting up with a rattlesnake. Yep, public speaking. So, of course, what we do is we bring you all down here and have you speak in front of everybody else, and sometimes get asked about some very private matters in your life in front of a bunch of complete strangers. All of you have been subjected to questioning by myself. Soon you'll be subjected to questioning by the attorneys, and I want you to think on that experience. Were you nervous? Were you uncomfortable? If you had a choice, would you choose not to be questioned? The bottom line is that it is possible that the defendant won't testify, and it's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence that has been presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged? Is there anyone who thinks that they would have to hear from the defendant before deciding the issues in this case? Please raise your hand. No response. Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot give the defendant the presumption of innocence to which she is entitled in this case? Please raise your hand. Okay. I'm sorry, juror number 5. Tell me about that.
I think all murders should be death penalty cases. I think the insanity defense should not exist.
Okay.
I could go on.
No, I understand your feeling, and I mean, do you need some water back there? Are you doing okay?
Kicking my butt.
Okay, all right. If there's anything that we can do, throat lozenges, anything like that?
We'll pass in the second end.
No, it's okay. I just want to see if there's anything that we can do to help you. Okay, all right. No, I understand that, and I understand your feelings. And juror number 6, you had your hand raised. Tell me about that.
I just have made up my mind.
Okay. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 7?
Made up my mind too, and I just don't think I'll be able to change it.
Okay. Juror number 8?
I feel like I made my mind. Believe in insanity.
Okay. Juror, I'm glad you did that because I almost missed it. Juror number 10? Okay. And in the front row? Oh, no, I already got that. Actually, juror number 1. Okay. Yes. Tell me about that. Juror number 1? Okay. In the front row? Juror number 13?
I don't know how I got lucky enough to be 13, but my problem is, I mean, if you kill somebody, you kill somebody. Whether you're insane while you do it, you still killed them. The insanity thing is.
Okay. Let me see if this helps. Okay. Because it's a really complex area of the law. And somebody else had mentioned the death penalty, and Colorado does not have the death penalty anymore. It did for a while, and I actually presided over a death penalty case. And even when the law recognized the death penalty, you could have a first-degree murder, but constitutionally, not every first-degree murder was eligible for the death penalty. At the time that Colorado had a death penalty, there were 17 aggravators that could be considered to determine whether or not the death penalty should be imposed. One of which was killing a number of people in a number of different episodes. Another one was doing it in a reckless fashion. So that's why it was applied in the Aurora Theater shooting. So because you had a number of murders there, you also had it done in a reckless manner. It wasn't targeted in any specific person. So that's what that was about. One of the issues about murder and sanity, if you are selected to serve as a juror, you will receive an instruction that is worded by lawyers. I just don't know how else to say it. And it says every physical act must be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And that's actually the language that it uses. And the reason for that is people can do things and certain actions happen, but you're not always held responsible for that unless some other mental state was going on. Oftentimes, the easiest thing to deal with are tickets because that just requires a certain act. You're going 65 in a 50. We don't care whether you meant to do it. We don't care whether you knew you were doing it. Those sorts of things. The the sheer act of doing 65 in a 50 is enough. In other cases, criminal law is designed to modify behavior. And if you don't know that you're doing something, or you have a condition that is occurring such that you don't understand exactly what's going on, and I've had cases where insanity was pled before as well. I had one where a person beat their mother to death with a guitar. And I won't go into the long facts of that, but ultimately, the law takes the position that it is not proper to hold somebody responsible for an act that maybe they didn't know that they were doing, or that they didn't intend to do under the circumstances. Does that sort of make sense?
I guess yes, but
Okay. And then I'll get to the insanity part, which is a little bit different. Because the insanity part is that there was, and I have the instructions, and if you're selected to serve as a juror, you'll get those. But the insanity part is intended to have the jury closely examine the mental state of the person at the time the crime was committed. Because each act has to be accompanied by a culpable mental state. And the prosecution has the burden of proving both of those beyond a reasonable doubt. Does that make sense so far? Okay. So in an insanity plea, what the jury focuses on is the culpable mental state issue, and whether or not there was that mental state that is associated with that crime. It could be, in Colorado, there's a number of different ones. There's intentional, there's knowingly, there's reckless, and that's pretty much it. So, but all of those have different, very specific definitions. And so the question is, was something going on such that they couldn't form a particular mental state? Does that make sense?
it does. The problem I have with it is at the time of the crime, this was this mental state. They're being evaluated after the fact. How do we know what that mental state is at the time that somebody's getting killed?
It's, and that part I get, and that part is for the experts. And you would also get an instruction if you're selected to serve as a jury, you'll get an instruction about what an expert is and those sorts of things. But ultimately, the last sentence of that instruction reads, you may believe all, part, or none of the testimony of an expert. So you can listen to what they have to say. You can say, this makes sense. In the Aurora theater shooting, it did. In other cases, in the case that I had where the young man killed his mother, it did. And I actually was the one that made the decision in that case. That case was tried to me. So whether you believe something or not is an entirely different question. And I'm not asking that. And there's nobody that's going to ask you that, because that's improper. That's invading the juror's province. What you choose to believe is up to you. The question is whether or not, simply because it's an insanity defense, you're going to say, just not going to happen. Don't care what the law is. Not going to follow it. I just don't believe in it. And that's my question for you. Do you, or could you look at this and say, well, I don't know what the evidence is going to show. It might not. I don't know. Where are you on that scale?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know what you don't know, right? I haven't been
Right.
presented with evidence and.
No, and that's fair. And that's all I'm asking for is an honest answer. And sometimes the honest answer is, I don't know. And it sounds like maybe you have to wait until you get there. It sounds like, but at this point, you don't know. That's fair. All right. Anyone else in this? Okay. Juror 15?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not really sure on if I'd be able to actually do that, and it's coming from a personal place. and having had some experiences as a child as well and culturally, I think it would be really difficult for me to be unbiased
Okay.
in my responses and how I would internalize that mentally.
You said something there, and I'm not trying to be insensitive, and I certainly don't want it to come across that way. But you said culturally, and I didn't, give me some context.
I was raised in the West Indies on one of the islands, and what happens is, and I can speak because I was raised there and most of my family's from there. I do see that a lot of child abuse does happen. And it's natural. It's like normalized. Okay. So I
Okay.
mean, personally,
Widely accepted?
yeah, it's
Okay.
generally accepted
Okay.
to put you in your place, and that's the
Got it. Okay.
understanding,
All right.
right? So like personally, I've been hit with pots in my head. I've been beat with brooms. I mean, I've been hit with hangers, and this is normal. Okay, so I would really have a difficult time processing that and really coming to a place where I would be unbiased. And that's just the honest truth.
Okay. No, thanks for giving me some context. I understand it a little bit better. Juror 16, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
Being a father of an 11-year-old boy, I don't think I can be unbiased in this situation.
Jurors, did you have, juror 17? Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
You talked to us about presuming innocence, right? But when I hear, and by reason of insanity, what I hear is really she's guilty. We have to decide whether or not her mental state excuses that.
You know, you have probably saved a lot of people 3 years of law school. Because to an extent that kind of is accurate. It is, go ahead, come on.
They must have had somebody approach.
You sort of hit on an issue with respect to sanity, which is the mens rea. Here's what you need to keep in mind. The prosecution always has to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. So in this case, the instruction, it always starts out with, in the state of Colorado, on or about the date and place, and it actually has that kind of numbered out. And then it will say with intent, and then it will have some other descriptors. And they have to prove every single one of those things. And then at the very bottom, I think it's paragraph 6, or the very last paragraph will be, the prosecution also will have to prove essentially that she was sane at the time. They have to prove that she was sane. So with every case, the prosecution has to prove everything. There's no assumption necessarily that she did anything. As I said, if I give you a verdict form right now, you would have to find her not guilty because there's been no evidence that's been presented.
Well, I understand that in theory, but I can't accept that logically. That's what I'm struggling with.
What, help me understand the logic.
Well,
Issue.
Understand that, we haven't had any evidence presented to us. That two lawyers speak to us. They both agreed on the circumstances. Nobody said, no, she didn't do it. Just said that she was in a particular mental state.
Ah, okay.
So that's kind of what I'm struggling with, because
Okay.
I don't know that it would matter what mental state she's in. I still think there's a punishment due.
Okay.
That's what I'm struggling. I don't know that excuses anything.
Okay. Let me deal with both of those issues. Because they are separate. The defense, I'm sorry, let me back up. The prosecution will always have to prove everything. So they're going to have to prove that this crime occurred. They're going to have to prove that it occurred in a specific way. They'll have to show a manner of death. They'll have to show all of those kinds of things. They will have to show that it was this defendant and not somebody else that did it, or somebody unknown that did it. So they'll have to tie it to this defendant. Then the issue about punishment that you brought up. In the law, the position that is taken in the law is that if you have this mental state, so you either knew what you were doing or you intended to do what you did, and that caused you to act in a certain way, which resulted in the commission of a crime, then you should be punished for that. That makes sense, right? On the other hand, if you committed some acts, but you didn't intend for that to occur as defined by the law, or you didn't know that that was going to occur as defined by the law, and there's definitions of what intentional means and knowing means, so you'd have to figure out whether that applies or not, then the law takes the position that you shouldn't be punished for that because you didn't have control over the physical action that took place. As a result, you shouldn't be punished to the same extent as somebody who intended for that to occur and really set about a plan for that to occur. Does that sort of make sense?
It makes sense.
Okay.
I just don't know that I can put away
Okay.
I don't know that I can put aside how I feel right now, regardless of that. That's what I'm struggling.
No, and let me get to this very last part. That's where the insanity comes in, because if the jury were to determine that the defendant first of all committed this crime, and the defendant was insane at the time that the crime was committed, there would actually be a verdict finding to that that says that. Then what happens is the defendant is committed to, it's actually the custody of the Department of Public Health and Safety, and is committed to their custody and placed in a facility, a mental health facility, until such time as sanity can be restored. The idea being, under the law, that we do impose punishment on people who should and ought to be responsible for their actions. If somebody is determined not to be responsible for their actions because of a mental defect or mental health issue or something of that nature, then the idea is to get them the treatment or the help that they need so that they can be restored to a better mental functioning.
So what happens if she's deemed detained 10 years?
I don't have the answer to that. What I can tell you is that there are hearings that go through if a person is found to be insane, they go through hearings, because I've had those. So there are hearings that take place after that. There's a whole process for it, and it's long and it's complicated. So that's why I'm not explaining it. And does that help you understand it? May not change your mind, but it helps you understand a little bit more.
Yep.
Is that fair? Good. Okay. All right. Anyone else in the first row? First row over here. Juror 20. 23, yes, sir.
Exactly the same. thing for 17.
Okay.
Struggle to put any kind of belief in a psychologist or psychiatrist or whichever one it is.
Okay. And, okay, and I want to make sure I understand what the issue is. Because who you choose to believe and what evidence you choose to believe, if you're selected to serve as a juror, that's your call. I'll just stand up, it'll be easier. That's your call. And
I understand that.
okay, so the issue, it sounds as though the issue is you're not sure that you would believe a psychologist or psychiatrist. Do I have, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Anyone else in that front row? Now you're on deck. 41. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So I think similar to the gentleman in the dark jacket, I feel similarly. It seems awful convenient, that this person is being that they're, well, after this event occurred. To kind of topple on top of that, I don't expect to be unbiased. My father just retired after 27 years in law enforcement. He's a police officer, a sergeant, a commander. And so growing up, when you have someone like that in your life, you tend to believe a lot of the things that they talk about and they believe. So kind of coupling all of this together from what other people have said as well, my mind's already made up. I have an opinion already, and I think going into this, it would be extremely hard, if not impossible, to sway what I've already kind of believed in my head.
Okay. All right. Juror 55, now we can talk about the issues that you had about the sanity and those sorts of issues. Did you have anything else that you wanted to tell me?
Oh, Your Honor, I go, say once again, I just think it's trying to take responsibility.
Okay.
Access. Kind of cop out.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else in that row? No. All right. Over here, first row. Juror 31.
I want to go back to this juror hit on another point. Should you keep an innocent until proven guilty? It sounds like from everybody's openings, guilty until proven innocent. Because nobody did, she didn't do this. Everybody seems to agree she did do this. What her state of mind was. And then I'm gonna go back here where he just said cop out with the word in my head. Cop out is me coming, I have a mental health background. I've worked in mental health before. And I was just a mental health tech for I worked in mental health hospital. And working with patients. I've had one patient tell me literally, like I could kill you up in here. He was like, I'd like to, I wouldn't do it. But if I'm a mental health patient, what's gonna happen? And so, yeah, I'm just not, I'm really done.
Anyone else in this front row? Next row, and juror 44. Yes, ma'am.
I work in childcare and I also have a background. I feel like
Juror 45. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I think I understand from everything that you've said. Okay. All right. Anyone else in that row? No. And the row behind, that would be juror 57.
I still go back to the thing of, I cannot change how I feel and what I think about this case.
Okay.
A child that somebody who is supposed to be taking care of them and stand from that. Have a very hard, I could not give her what she needs. My mind has been made up. I hate to say that, but I cannot change something.
Okay. Row behind. Juror 65.
I'll just say I appreciate the way you're handling and explaining it. But the more you explain it to me, it makes me firm on where I'm at. God's law. God's law has already been stated, basically. Colorado is giving her a way out of penalty. I do not think Colorado law supersedes God's law. That's at the root of an awful lot of discussion here. And the question was, can I give her the presumption of innocence? And we're not, you haven't asked to get out people. But the question is so intertwined that I can't allow a presumption of innocence.
Right.
I'll keep it at that, but I can go further, but I appreciate that.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in that same row? One in the back, aside from number 70. No? All right. I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom. The question that I have for the jurors is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? No? Okay. Council, approach for a minute, please. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. So if I can have everyone back, and before we go this time, we do honor the third grade seating chart. So remember where you are, and remember to take that seat when you come back. But if I can have everyone back in the courtroom at, say, 11:45, and here's what you can expect. You already saw me excuse a number of people this morning already. My plan is to excuse some more before lunch. That's why we're taking the break now, so that I don't have you have to wait around and come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30 or something like that. I need everybody to go out in the hallway, and then we will have you come back in at 11:45. All rise for the jury, please. Going through the numbers this way, is that working for you? Perfect. It's, well, it's a lot easier. Got big numbers. Are you doing okay? Is there anything that we can help you with?
No, it's just allergies.
No, I get that.
Sniff dust and yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Give me a couple of minutes to work through some things here to make sure that gotten everybody.
Don't get up, because there'll be a day where it'll come.
Mr. Allen, I don't mean this to be insensitive, but I thought that I had seen this as a piece of evidence somewhere in the case. Was Gannon autistic?
There were only early concerns that he had something like that, but he was ADHD,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
not autistic.
that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
It'll be interesting to see how many are left after.
I don't know if you want to be muted or not.
After he deletes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's it's still open and it should be. The jury's
The
out,
jury's
but
out,
we should still be broadcasting because it's still open. If somebody wanted to be in the back, that would be okay. So let's see. Oh, but that does raise the question: are we doing okay otherwise?
Haven't picked up anything today.
So your microphones then they cannot hear you
That's my
over
understanding.
WebEx. Okay.
I can
That's-
check over lunch though.
Yeah, please do. That's good to know. Because that means I can control it from up here and that's a good issue. So let's see.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you are gonna go, I think it'd probably almost be easier to name the numbers that are left than the numbers that are going on this round. Remember, we had 10 leave already. I found the candle part or not the candle part, where he says about Gannon being burned on his opening statement completely. He did a completely different opening statement than the other guy did today, his partner guy. So let me pull that up for you guys so you can hear it while we're waiting for them to figure out their life.
Early that Sunday morning for training, leaving Gannon with the defendant. Sometime that night, Gannon suffered some burns. And then the next day, on the 27th, which was a Monday, he suffered some really horrific injuries, including multiple stab wounds,
So
blunt
as the
force
jurors
trauma
are
to
not
the
present
head,
in the
and
courtroom, These are the additional strikes that I would make at this point in time. You guys ready? Juror 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17, 23, 41. And I'm sorry, this is where my numbering gets a little bit off. I jump around a little bit more. 55, 31, 44, 45, 57, 65, 70, 47. So,
Is that last one 47?
pardon? 47 was the last one, yeah. And yes, and actually, I was going to say, I'll go through the list and tell you who I still have left. Okay. I have jurors 2, 3, 9, 11, 13, 14. Let's see, what would that be? Yeah, that's right. They're done on the whole. 18, 19, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 32, 33, 42, 46, 48, 50, 51, 52, 56, 60, 61, 63, 64, 66, 69, 72, and 75.
The only one that I think you didn't include was 43. I don't think any of us at this table have marked off 43.
43 should be marked off.
Should be.
Should be, yes. If I missed that, sorry, she should be marked off. That is the woman with the striped shirt. It was in the second row back there. Mr. Young?
Yeah, if I may, I'd just like to supplement the record.
Go ahead.
When I was at the bench, I requested that you read the full definition of insanity for the jury. The people are concerned, and I understand where the court was going with that because you were focusing on the culpable mental state aspect of the insanity, but we're concerned that the way the record reads, an appellate court may look at that and say you didn't give the entire instruction. And so we would request that you do that after the break, and I could provide you at least a copy of the instruction that we have.
I have them.
If you have them, that'd be great. I don't know what the defense's position is on that.
I'll ask that in a minute, but I do have the instructions if necessary, but anything else, Mr. Young?
No, just that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Defense, what's your position? Yeah, I'm not inclined to do it at this point in time, largely because what I was trying to do was, I hope I did a okay job, decent job, in trying to explain that what we try to do in the criminal law is modify behavior for someone who does have the ability to control their actions and chooses not to, as opposed to somebody who acts but doesn't have the ability to control those acts. And I don't, insanity is a complicated area of the law. It has specific instructions for it. And I know that we would be talking about mental disease or defect and moral obliquity and mental depravity and those sorts of things. And I think at this point in time, we would end up instructing people who aren't jurors. So I'm not inclined to do that. I may revisit that depending on how far it goes and where it goes. I understand the jury is struggling with what we understand an insanity defense to be, which is It actually is legal avoidance. I mean, that's what it is. It is, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I just mean that in a definitional way. It is typically insanity is there is an agreement that certain, or an admission that certain acts occurred, but that the law provides an excuse, which is how it's defined. That's legally how it's defined, as an excuse, which excuses the behavior. In this case, that's all I was trying to convey, was that that's what it's for. The defense, in this case, I recognize, has the right in every case to require the prosecution to prove every element of the charge that has been brought against the defendant. And at this point, it sounds like it's a tactical decision, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not faulting the defense for that. It does, however, leave the jurors who are not legally trained in a position of trying to understand and unravel a complex legal issue. So that's it. Mr. Tolini, did you have any other record?
I did, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I understand that the statute has been previously challenged and been found constitutional, that had the unity as opposed to the bifurcated sanity versus guilt phase.
Mhm.
I think we have some pretty clear evidence that this jury, or the jurors that we uphold, have a difficulty time with that, and specifically difficulty with the presumption of innocence as it goes to the fact phase of the first degree murder. And again, I understand that, but I'm just making the record. It's my opinion that we have evidence that it is impacting the presumption of innocence. And at this point in time, I would be moving to bifurcate the fact element of the trial versus the sanity element.
All right. Prosecution?
And we would object to that. That'd be in violation of the law, and obviously it'd be certainly overturned if there were a conviction in this.
Well, I agree it would be in violation of the statute. I don't know that it would be overturned. It would all depend on whether or not they agree that the statute should be overturned. But the way that the law currently is in the state of Colorado is, and it has been found to be constitutional, is that they are both tried at the same time. I unfortunately have been practicing long enough to recall a time when they were not. So I understand where the argument comes from. But the statute now is that they are tried at the same time and determined by the same jury based on the same evidence. So the motion is denied. You'll have that for purposes of appeal if you choose to pursue that.
And then the only other thing would be my request, Your Honor. I think that the law is clear that the jurors can be informed that they find Ms. Stauch not guilty by reason of insanity, that she would be put in the custody of the department, CMHIP, more or less. I would object, though, to any explanation from the court, any further explanation about what the process would be after that as far as her release or so forth. I think that kind of is getting towards punishment, and I understand the juror was asking the questions, but I would be
I was
that
thrown.
in the future.
I was thrown by it myself. So in the future, I will just explain that there is a statutory process to resolve that, and leave it at that. Okay, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. These are the jurors that will be excused, and we will have those other jurors that will be coming back this afternoon. Prosecution, do you agree with the jurors that I read?
Yes.
Defense, do you agree with the jurors I read? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and bring them all in that we have left or that are gone. Oh, that are gone. Okay. Okay. Still working out okay.
think they are bringing the jury back in. And then they'll dismiss a whole bunch and then they'll likely go to lunch. And while they're on lunch, I will start looking at the start looking at the vampire letters with you guys. Some of you guys don't even know what I'm talking about, but let me show you. It's gonna look trippy in a second. So she had wrote letters to Kit Kat, and inside of these she had I've one of which you a happy Halloween. Please remember me in your thoughts as I continue with the training here, and I can pass on and move to the next stage. And she says stuff like, once I finish with my and have full powers, I won't be here or be able to write anymore, but until then I'll keep in touch.
We got everybody? All right.
It's just absolutely
Record
trying to
should
make herself
reflect that the
look
jury has
crazy as she
returned to the
could.
courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do is read off the names, or I'm sorry, the numbers of the jurors that will be excused. So at this point, and I don't want you to leave until I tell you to leave, and the reason for that is I want to make sure that I have the right groups. So it would be juror number 1, juror number 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17, and forgive me, this is where I start to jump around a little bit. 23, 41, which would be there on the end. 55, which is also on the end. 31. So you, ma'am? Yep. That's a great purse. That is just, I saw that when that was up earlier and I was just looking at it and I was going, what would be even better is if it actually worked. Does it really? No. That's amazing. Okay. I won't have you demonstrate. 31, 44, 45, 43, 57, 65. You know what? It's going to be easier for you guys if I come back there, isn't it? Well, let's do this again. So it would be 5, 7, 7, 7, 7. From either county, anybody that you think that I have missed. For those people that I named or that I gave you the numbers for, you can go ahead and leave now. Wait, before you all get out the back door, is that somebody's backpack? That's yours, okay, no, it's good, I just wanted to make sure that somebody hadn't left, okay. Nope, you're still here. You are juror 27, you're still here. Okay, So here's what we're going to do. I'll give you a little bit of a plan going forward so that you can see where we're going and what's happening. When we're going to take a break until about 1:15, and then so if I can have all of you back in the hallway at 1:15 to come back into the courtroom. What will happen at that point in time is that the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask questions themselves. I've been asking all the questions so far. They'll have an opportunity to ask you some questions about some issues that they have in the case. They are limited in time. If they appear to be rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them, because I'm the one that's making them do it. Then what will occur is when we get done with all of that, I may have some follow-up questions, and then ultimately there may be some other people that will be excused. Ultimately, when we get to the end of the day, what we plan to have occur is that there will be jurors that will come back on, we're still in the April 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We will have jurors come back at 9 o'clock on April 3, because that's when we hope to start evidence in this case. What you can do when you take your break, I know that you're going to have a spouse, significant other, somebody who may be interested in your general welfare, wondering what's going on. You can tell them that you are in jury selection for this case. You can tell them that it is this case. It is the case against Ms. Letecia Stauch. You can tell them that. You can tell them that you anticipate that the trial, if you are selected as a juror, the trial would last 6 weeks. You can tell them that it may be that you're having to come back on April 3 for further jury selection. That is all that you can tell them. You can tell them nothing else. You cannot tell them anything about your answers on the questionnaire. You can't tell them anything about the questioning this morning. And you can ask for their help. Because as you may have guessed, this case has garnered some attention in the community and in the media. If you are selected as a juror in this case, you're going to have to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the courtroom, not on something else. And I'll go into a lot more detail on that if you are selected as a juror. But you can ask for their help to help you avoid any sort of further exposure to anything that has to do with this case. So if you tell your significant other or a family member that you are on this case and they say, I heard all about that and I have certain opinions on that, you can say, please keep those opinions to yourself. Do not share them with me, and help me avoid exposure to those opinions and those things from other people as well. Because, and you can tell them that the judge told you to do that. That puts the burden on me, not on you. I'm married to a woman who has a lot of strong opinions about a lot of things, and she is happy to share those opinions with me, whether I want her to or not. So I will sometimes go home and she'll ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her, and if I'm in trial, she'll say, what did the witnesses have to say? I'll start to tell her, and she'll look at me, and at some point she'll go, you didn't really believe that, did you? And pretty soon I'm having a conversation about what I should and shouldn't believe with somebody who wasn't even here. You can't do that. So to avoid all of that, you just say, the judge said, I can't talk to you about it. As I said, that puts the burden on me, because if I were just to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this way it avoids all of that unpleasantness. There is a bistro that's in the basement. There's also, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon, but most of them are north. And if we can have you back in the hallway at 1:15, we should be able to start right on time at that point. So don't discuss this case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. The only things that you can tell people are what I told you that you can tell them. Thank you. We'll see you then. All rise for the jury, please.
No, this is today's still. This was currently live.
Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook, I don't know exactly how to approach this subject. Maybe you can talk about it or think about it. I would like to find a way to determine if we set the microphone back up on the table, whether they can hear your conversations. But I also,
I can talk to my office and I can
Okay.
put it up there.
Okay.
We should start at the beginning and they.
that's fine. I would just like to know the answer to it so that, okay, perfect. Is there anything else we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Judge.
Defense? Okay. All right. So we will be back and ready to go at 1:15. Thank you.
All rise.
So by my
Okay, so I think they're gone. And I'm going to pull up yesterday's so that we can listen to the prosecution's opening statement again from yesterday, because they do talk about the fact that Gannon got burns on Sunday night. And now we had heard about the candle incident. We had heard about the carpet getting burned. We did not hear about Gannon getting burns. This is the first we really heard about the fact that he had gotten a burn injury.
going to be their opportunity to tell you what they think the issues in the case are. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you're selected to serve as jurors. Remember that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. With that, prosecution.
Thank you, Judge. And is it okay if I stand sort of, I don't need to be in front of the microphone?
No, you can use the well. You can wander around. That's fine. Just speak up so that they can hear you.
So the case that you're going to potentially be sitting on involves a young boy named Gannon Stauch. He was 11 years old on the weekend of January 26th, which was a Sunday. And he was left in the care of his stepmother, the defendant, at their home in the Lorson Ranch area, which is sort of southeast part of Colorado Springs, very close to the airport. Gannon's father, Al Stauch, is in the National Guard and had traveled to Oklahoma early that Sunday morning for training, leaving Gannon with the defendant. Sometime that night, Gannon suffered some burns. And then the next day, on the 27th, which was a Monday, he suffered some really horrific injuries, including multiple stab wounds, blunt force trauma to the head, and gunshot to his jaw. The person, again, that was in custody or control of Gannon was the defendant. And the evidence will show that the defendant hid some evidence up by Palmer Lake, a bloody board, and potentially some other information, and then drove Gannon's body to Florida and dumped him in a suitcase over a bridge over an estuary or a river, and then was eventually arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. You'll hear lots of testimony about forensics, including cell phone forensics, showing travel locations, evidence about crime scene processing, including blood pattern analysis. And at the end of all of this evidence, 6 weeks roughly of evidence, we will come back to you and ask you to find the defendant guilty of the crimes that the judge has already laid out. One of the big issues is that the defendant has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So you will have to weigh out whether she's guilty or not guilty based on the charges that we'll present to you. And also weigh out whether insanity existed at the time that these offenses occurred, and whether that weighs into her inability to form the intent required to commit these offenses. Really, the very boiled down way to look at that is, could she understand back then, on January 27th, 2020, the difference between right and wrong? And we will come back to you asking you to find that she could understand the difference from right and wrong and find her guilty of the crimes that we've already laid out for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense, Mr. Tellini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about 8 weeks worth of evidence. There are all kinds of people come from all over the country. You're going to hear evidence about cell phones. You're going to hear evidence about computers. You're going to hear evidence about Facebook. There are literally going to be days and days of evidence. But what you will not hear from this side of the table is any type of reasonable explanation why Letecia Stauch would have done this. We hear from friends, neighbors, teachers, other people that all they observed is that she was a loving stepmom. She was a loving stepmom to Gannon. You'll hear evidence from experts and other people about her unraveling mental state in the weeks leading up to this homicide. You'll hear evidence how finally in the day before this horrific event, due to numerous mental health issues that she has, she snapped and was in a psychotic state. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe it will be clear that the only explanation for this horrible act was that Ms. Stauch was insane at the time that it occurred. Thank you.
All right.
So that was the opening statements from yesterday. Today's were probably about an hour ago. If you guys missed it, you can scroll back in the live stream. They are to lunch right now. They'll be back at 1:15, which is, 3:15 Eastern Standard for where I am. Al wouldn't have left if she had a psychotic break. I agree. I think that it's possible, though, that she was angry with Albert and took her anger and resentment out on Gannon on Sunday. And with Michael Allen telling us that Gannon got burns on Sunday, that gives us a little bit more insight into this candle incident, in my opinion. So. Sorry, guys. I am still dealing with this. Like, every now and then I get like this, like, cough, and I just can't get rid of it. It's been going on for like 2 months. It's ridiculous. Stupid train dust. That's all I can say. So let me get you guys these vampire letter photos. I do have Kit Kat tagged in the description of this video if you guys are interested in going to check out her channel. To be completely honest, though, I looked for her streams about the letters and I could not find them. So I don't know if those streams even exist anymore, or if the letters themselves are just circulating around through via screenshots at this point, because I couldn't see her letters, period. Yeah, I know, BC. It's been rough. I don't know why. You wonder if she threw the wax on Gannon. That's possible. I don't know where on his body he would have burns or what would have happened. Yeah, she was a wonderful stepmom, Dumbo, huh? Right. The problem is that everybody thought she was. She had this picture painted of her that was a good stepmom. So, Okay, let me pull these up for you guys and we will do our best to read them. Some of her handwriting is a little bit rough, and so please bear with me while I do this, if it lets me open it. Let me see here. Go into my Gannon folder. And me being who I am, I didn't save them in order, so that's a problem too. Yeah, you think she was a fake person inside and truly mean and awful and disgusting. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here we are. So like I said, these came from the YouTuber Kit Kat. She had wrote her 2 different letters, that I know of, that I have screenshots of, I guess I should say. And within these 2 different letters, she described 2 different completely personalities, basically. So this is the first one I'm gonna read to you, and it says, "I will make this short as I didn't find your letter to be non-judgmental or nice. I understand real talk, but I have no clue what you are talking about. Money on my account, and second, going to trust in this and I'm going to trust in the strategic methods of my legal counsel." So I believe Kit Kat had sent her a letter and let her know that she had put some money on her account so that she would be able to call her and things like that. She had different phone calls that she recorded and shared of Letecia Stauch from the jailhouse, and also one from another inmate that called on behalf of Letecia. She had shared that with us as well. So let me see what you're saying here. "Wax burns aren't serious. I work with hot wax all the time, but if it's left on the skin, it can be worse." Interesting. Or a burn from an open flame, maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to hear more about it. I know there are more pictures from that evening. Um, I just don't know exactly what the or what the prosecution has. There's a good chance she probably videoed more things than what we've seen. So it says, "Next, you have no idea what you are talking about. I have seen my handwriting and it's clearly an invitation. The ward, let me see. Let's see. It says something talking about a movie where a guy pays millions to help him escape." Oh, I think this is about her skate. She's making excuses for her escaped attempt. So on the way to Colorado, she had tried to escape once and she harmed an officer. And then she had another escape attempt once she was an inmate in the facility, or once she was like actually being held there. She had been passing notes back and forth with someone else and asked them to leave her a broom and things like that so that she could escape out the window. And so that's what she's talking about here. There was no talking about, or like they were talking about a movie where the guy pays millions to help him escape. I only said I was going to use a broom out loud. Other people were saying they were going to use C4 bombs, while others said they were getting a helicopter to come in the yard. It was all talks and funs until the deputy that hates me denied attorney visits and showed inmates YouTube videos of me. They came in and threatened the other inmate to tell on me, or to tell on me on her GF. I don't know what that is. Oh, telling me or her girl. Obviously, she chose me, not her girl. Then she gave her statement, or then they gave her extra time out in commissary. The other girl feels horrible, but I wouldn't have I wouldn't have pointed fingers at the person I loved either. Can you blame her? So contrary to your words, there was no plan of anything, just stupid talk about a broom. While people who were smart will know a broomstick was the weakest of all of the responses to the movie. I unfortunately happened to be out and about when the cop who made my life miserable walked in, and you yourself should know that. It's okay to threaten my life. A DA's office responds with free speech, but a broomstick is a curse. So we will punish people for their thoughts now, / jokes now. Okay, we need to punish everyone then. You should have relayed her intentions. And if you find me guilty over a broomstick joke, which is not even in my handwriting, then I'm glad you aren't a gang member. I'll close now and hope that you aren't quick to find or send aren't quick to something me a letter that's rude after this. I'm not I'm not something at all because I did not murder or abuse anyone. So if you have your opinion, everyone has one. I hate to see how you would act after the evidence hearing when the DA's office gets to paint a fake image and other evidence to the goodness, something public's liking. Experts will soon come in, handwriting experts too. Until then, you're right. I'll remember or I'll refrain from talking to people against me. Sorry you feel that way. God has it, so I'm good. So that was one of the letters that she wrote to Kit Kat. Yeah, victimhood again. Sorry, guys. That's hard to read. Some of the words are like ridiculous. You think she was fake most of the time. She's used to making things look one way, not another, right? Not insane. Nothing says fake like a back to a camera and demanding apology. Yeah, that's like my teacher doesn't like me, Mom. Oh my. Hi T King, how are you? Your 2 adopted sons. Bio mom is a replica of T. Ugh, goodness. But so she's blaming her escape attempt basically on everyone else because of course the woman who she was talking to whenever she tried to escape would have blamed everything on her instead of her girlfriend in the jail and things like that, right? Not T's fault. You know, she was just trying to save her loved one. So then in the next letter, that's where it gets weird. And this next one, guys, it's very, very difficult to read. Like I said, these are screenshots of the letters from a video that I could not find the link to. And so I'm not going to be able to read a lot of this because she put her stamps like right through. Look at how she like tagged these. So it's like she put them right down through and a lot of the words get messed up, right? But what we get from these is, I apologize if this surprises you, but I noticed that we exchanged letters before and your letter and cards, and thank you very much. First, I don't something you or anyone else. It has come to my attention that I have missed a whole year. I have experienced too many head traumas or something of that nature. So she is claiming that she wakes up in jail and that she has no idea what happened and that she missed the whole last year of her life. She has no clue why she is being accused of killing Gannon. She has no clue what happened, that she was put in jail, all because she has suffered too many head injuries and now she is just lost it all, right? Yeah. We're not talking about anyone or everyone or someone. Gannon's witch. Yeah, do not minimize this. Right. So she says, I've experienced, no, I already said that. Let me explain. I'm not something. That is been reading through journals since, see, she put this over this. I think I'm involved in something big. Someone is confusing because none of the stuff that's being told to me makes sense. While reading it, I discovered someone named, and I can't read the name, and it says, others have been physically abusing me. Honestly, I'm supposed to be here. I stopped working my job. However, I finally turned into something. My goodness, I wish she wouldn't have put these stamps over like this. And I changed my name to Janelle. So this is the first time that we see her use the name Janelle. She says basically she lost a year of her life and she is trying to start out on a new leaf. And so she changed her name to Janelle. Please don't be afraid of me and practice and my practice differences. The letters that you sent and I called you. I don't remember any of this. So I want to apologize you haven't heard from me. People keep talking to attorneys whom I have never met. They chained me up and I'm not going with this. Justice doesn't feed off the innocent. I don't know, this is really hard to read because of the stamps. The important part isn't even on this page, but this is the first one where she says about her name being Janelle. She says about all of the different visitation and things like that. But she also talks about, I'm with some girls now who are telling me about their crimes. And she talks about how they put her into this vampire training program, basically, to help her learn how to be a vampire. She also mentions a suitcase to Florida. Says, I got letters from people telling me that Albert put me here to get rid of me. He didn't answer when I called him. They had to literally put like a restraining order against her to not contact the people involved in this case at one point because she was still trying to call and text them from jail. Well, not text, but call and reach out to them, write letters and stuff. Trying to find the one where she talks about the vampire. Second here. Yeah, she really is trying everything. Absolutely everything. Yeah, looking forward to see that scans. I wish that KitKat's video was still there because KitKat reads them and so you can hear the whole thing. You can hear everything that's on it and without dealing with the stamps. I just went to look for it this morning and I was like, "Oh, are you kidding me? Like I didn't see it." And I found a link to it that somebody had put in the Facebook groups and it was like you know how like the links get broken or whatever whenever a video is put on private. And so it's just she's just absolutely crazy. Let me see if I can search for let me go on hers and see if I can search for it. No. No, and I don't know why she took them down. Like, I half wonder if the defense ended up calling Kit Kat as a witness because, like I said, he was writing her these crazy things, and then she was calling her and things like that, and you would think that being crazy like that would almost make you appear crazier, right? You literally thought that you've heard it all. Gonna be a funny bear for a while. He's going to his surgery and you get your keys. Oh my goodness, because your ex-husband didn't remove them all by himself, so you get the rest of them done. Wow. Wow, wow. Let me see. This last one is, I already read this one, but I'll read it again because this is from this part you can actually read. And she says, if you want to keep in touch, if my new lifestyle doesn't scare you, then please do. I want to wish you a happy Halloween. Please remember me in your thoughts as I continue with training here and hopefully can pass and move on to the next stage. If they clear this conspiracy up, I will let you know. Talk to you later. P.S. Once I'm finished and have full powers, I won't be here or be able to write anymore. Until then, I'll keep in touch if I can. Sometimes I get to buy stuff, but I don't know how it will work once I complete this training. And she signs it, Janelle Carmen Stauch. So even in her alternate personalities, even in all of that, she still remembered her last name was supposed to be Stauch. And I really think that that was part of a slap towards Albert for her to continue to use that last name, even in all of her crazy. So. That one is there. She also talks about, though, her doctorate in these letters, and it's like while she's pretending to not know anything, and it's like, how can you pretend you don't know nothing about Letecia, but you're also saying you know about your doctorate and things like that. Hi, Lip Doc. Again. You worked in corrections, but you've never seen anything like this, right? So I'm thinking that we should probably start going down through the arrest affidavit, though, you guys, because we have been skating around everything else and all of the other topics. And I think that a lot of the stuff in the arrest affidavit is kind of catching everyone off guard as they're talking about it in this court process so far. And so let me pull this up for you guys because there's a lot that happened. And I don't want you guys to get completely blindsided whenever we do get to court with not knowing what happened. Let me pull this up real quick. You work at a hospital now? What's it doing? Very blurry. Why is it blurry? Why is that opening up blurry? That is so weird. I was carrying you guys around while I was walking around too. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't get nothing done yesterday because I was like, watching and listening and stuff like that." And I was like, "Man, I cannot I cannot not do anything again." My husband would come home from work and be like, excuse you, like, what are we doing?" So let me pull this up on this one because it looks like it'll be Here and clear. There we go. So this is a long one, you guys. It is redacted. I'm going to skip like the first pages where they're talking about like how they know things and things like that. And we will start right here. So it says the Stauch family and general information. The Stauch family is a blended family. All will be discussed at various points below. The representation purposely has little details in order to give an overview of the family structure. The father is Eugene Albert Stauch, stepmother Letecia Stauch, daughter Harley Hunt. She was 17 years of age at the time when this occurred. She is by blood related to Letecia, not Al. Son is Gannon Stauch. He is a minor, 11 years of age whenever this occurred. He is related to Albert, not Letecia. And Lena, who is the daughter who lived in the home, she was 8 years of age when this occurred, and she is related by blood to Albert, not Letecia. The vehicles that will be discussed is the red Nissan Frontier. That is Mr. Stauch's main vehicle. That's the red truck that we've seen pull out in the camera footage the day that she left to go to Petco and things like that. We will see the black Volkswagen Tiguan. That's Leticia's main vehicle. That is the one that she parked in the airport parking lot and left whenever she went and rented a car and to pick up Albert. And then the white Volkswagen Jetta, which is Harley's main vehicle. They also had a rental vehicle, which is a silver Nissan Altima. And it is a rental car that was obtained by Leticia's aunt whenever she came into town. And it was utilized by Letecia from January 30th and February 1st after her Tiguan was seized by El Paso County on January 29th of 2020. They also have the information from a white Kia Rio. That is the vehicle that Letecia picked Albert up in the airport and that she had rented the day that she left her Tiguan in the parking lot. And so she had that between January 28th and 29th. So Letecia Stauch, aka Letecia Hardin, date of birth is 8/4/1983. She is the last person known to investigators to see 11-year-old Gannon Stauch, date of birth 9/29/2008, alive. Letecia is Gannon's stepmother and was Gannon's only known adult supervision in the days preceding and on the day of his murder. At the time of Gannon's murder, Letecia was employed by School District 20 as an assistant teacher, although I have learned that she is no longer employed there. I was able to locate prior criminal history for Letecia and learned that North Carolina County Court case number, she was convicted after trial for communicating threats, misdemeanor, but was not able to locate her sentencing information. She also had unauthorized use of a motor vehicle and was sentenced to 45 days confinement, 18 months of probation. Although not criminal in nature, I was able to locate documents memorializing the suspension of Leticia's North Carolina teaching certificate on or about May 11th of 2016. As part of the document, it also reported that Letecia had filed unsubstantiated claims of harassment and retaliation against the North Carolina State Board, found that she had breached her contract by engaging in unprofessional conduct, willfully neglecting her duty, and failing to comply with the provisions of her contract. That is the court information that we looked at, you guys, the other day, whenever we talked about her civil rights. That is all of the information from that they are referring to there. Hi in the bushes. How are you?
Hi.
How's it going?
I'm just kind of like, wow, with all of this.
How do you feel about jury selection so far?
I think the judge is doing a good job. I don't blame some of them people for being like, I already made up my mind.
Yeah. Oh, no.
I think that's kind of the truth. I think they really have. And frankly, they've already decided she's full of crap. And,
Right.
and I think there's a few people that can't deal with the
Hold on, I
trauma
gotta
of the crime.
switch my
So
headphones over here.
I don't blame people for trying to get out of there.
There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had to put my headphones on so that I made sure I could hear you and that they couldn't hear you.
Not to mention, they're scheduled for 6 weeks of listening to all the bull crap about how she's crazy and that's why she did it and she's not responsible.
Right. Right. Well, and everything that she did to him.
Exactly.
And all of the cleanup. And that's why I started to go down through the documents, right, of what happened and exactly what occurred. Because a lot of these people in here, I've been going through the case from the beginning. And so where I started going through the case, Letecia wasn't arrested yet. And so this document didn't exist yet. And so a lot of people who have been just following me through this haven't necessarily heard the arrest affidavit yet. Yes, they know that she was arrested. Yes, I mentioned what my theory was about what I think she did to him, but it wasn't the actual facts of the case yet. And so we were starting to kind of read down through the arrest affidavit so that they could see, what happened and why the people who are local to this case, that one lady, she was very adamant about the fact, no, I could not be partial. I could not sit here and judge her appropriately because I know what happened. Like all of the people who are local to this, the people who were in this community searching those first days, they knew what happened the very first night. The way Letecia was interacting with the public, the way she was interacting with the searchers, the way she was just disappearing. Nobody could ever figure out where she was whenever they were supposed to be all searching as a group and things like that. Constant excuses. Like I could totally imagine why, as somebody who knew all of those details and watched it unfold, why you wouldn't be able to sit there and be like, she could be innocent. you know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of interested in seeing where the defense thinks they're gonna go with this defense because there's so much plotting that she did consistently.
Right.
That doesn't show any kind of personality change or anything like that. It's consistent.
Right.
And yeah. Yeah,
No, I
I'm
agree. I mean,
interested.
all the way from, okay, it happened, she reported him missing, she cleaned up until they got there, all of those things, and then she hid him, like all of that. So I got people coming.
Well, she hid him. It's suspected that she moved him 3 or 4 times while search parties were looking for him. I don't know if that's true or not. We'll have to see what the evidence says, but I know it's suspected. We'll have to look at combined car data to be able to know that. I just really I'm very interested how the defense thinks they're going to prove DID because everything I'm seeing indicates not DID, maybe another mental health disorder, but not DID.
I think that's why I was
So,
hoping to be able to show Kit Kat's letters and stuff like that, because that was her trying to establish the fact that she had alternate personalities. That was her trying to establish the fact that, oh, I'm Janelle and I'm a vampire and I have all of these issues. And even she signed some of the letters as Taylor. And she was trying to do that after the fact, right? She was trying to do it after the fact to show that she had split personalities. And it just doesn't work that way. It just really doesn't.
no, it doesn't.
At no time did she present herself online as anyone other than Letecia. And
Exactly.
for her to say that she lost a year of her life in that one Kit Kat letter, prove it. How do you prove something like that?
I mean, down to the purchase of the phony polygraph.
Right. Yeah, fakelie-detectors.com. Exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, if anyone had any doubts, the interview at the back of her head, it cleared her up, cleared you up, cleared it up. It is. It's an incredibly rare condition unless it's in movie land. Exactly. Hi, Avery. How are you?
Well, it's not only a rare condition, if you've ever met anybody with multiple personality disorder, it's very clear and you can see the changes. It's not like she went about her whole life and nobody ever saw it until now. Or until after she was arrested. It doesn't work that way. It's very obvious.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at some point that somebody in her life, like, Albert or anybody from her church or her babysitter, like anybody would have noticed that she had different people inside of her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But they didn't. Okay, so they were on a cruise the week prior to all of this occurring, and Albert's mom came into town to help watch the kids. So then once that happened, from January 25th to 28th, he was deployed. Albert was. He spent the night in Denver on January 25th and departed January 26th. And then he came back on the 28th after Gannon was reported missing and things like that. They had him emergency flew back home. And so he wasn't involved in this at all. But do you think that they're going to have... Okay, we know that there was text messages about the candle incident, for example. We know that there was text messages through the day on the 27th and then obviously through the evening. Do you think that they're going to have enough evidence to prove that Letecia, just even through her text communications with everyone, was in her right mind and was Letecia throughout the course of the events from beginning to end?
Yeah, I do. I think that's going to be a very key piece into proving that no, she didn't have DID. Because I think it's going to show Letecia the whole way, even at the Petco that day, while
Right.
Gannon lay lingering in the truck. She texts Harley off Gannon's phone.
Right.
Of course, she'll say, no, that was Gannon.
And that's going to continue to be a prove it situation.
Yeah.
Her year of birth is 83. So that makes her 6 years older than me. How old am I though? Oh, sorry. They're asking how old she is in the chat. Let me math real quick, you guys. So she's 40. This year she's 40.
She's old enough somebody would have noticed DID by now.
Right. So the Spedler, there is actually a record of her getting a traumatic brain injury at a school. A book fell on her from a top shelf or something along those lines. And so there was a reported incident where she had gotten hit in the head, but it occurred like a couple years prior to her getting before all this taking place. Yeah, she's 43 or 40. You were born in 83. You just turned 40, right? 40 in August. So 39 going on 40. And so I don't know if that brain injury is going to assist her at all. And that was the medical documents that at one point we were hung up waiting for because her defense attorney had to go to South Carolina to retrieve those documents. I always wondered if he was actually going to come back with anything or if she was Yeah, we are not good on math, Vanessa. We are not good at math at all. The math ain't mathing.
I don't math.
I don't math. I used to math. I haven't mathed in a long time. If the math doesn't have a Facebook profile for me to sleuth, I ain't gonna figure it out. Sorry, that's horrible. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about like what do you think about the attorneys so far? I mean, we all know that you were waiting for Mike Allen to drag his junk all over tea through this trial.
Yep. His gorilla balls.
Right.
I think it's about to happen. By the
Mhm.
way he's talking to the jury on the descriptions before yesterday and today before they went to lunch with what he had to say, I think they have a lot more than what we know about, including those who have inside knowledge, a few people, and I think they know way more than what anybody knows, and we're about to have our world rocked.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my gosh, yes. How do you feel about Mr. Tellini? Defense team.
I don't know how I feel about him yet. I
Yeah.
won't know until how I feel about him with opening statement, but he's pretty convinced that burden of proof is on Mr. Allen.
Right.
That's on the
Which it
state.
is. Mhm.
They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was in her right mind. They have to prove it, and I think it's going to get wildly complicated. I'm really, really interested to know if her doctor is making it in or not, her expert.
I know. I'm so disappointed that we didn't get to hear about that yesterday, and that's part of why I was on the document website to see if they had filed anything to acknowledge the fact that she was there or wasn't there,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they didn't. I really think though too, I'm glad in a way that they are doing this insanity defense because their only other defense that they would have had, in my opinion, would have been attacking every family member that was involved. And they may still very well do that, talk about how the stress of Landon and Al caused, her to become this psychomaniac and the stress of the affair and all that stuff. They may still do all that. But I know that the other defense, like to try to prove someone else or something else happened or whatever, they were going to go after um Albert and Landon bad, like really bad. And honestly, they put out enough crap about each other during the course of their little custody battle that the defense would have had all the evidence and all the things that they needed for that. And that
Well,
still kind of concerns me.
Landon did. Al didn't,
Right.
that I
Well,
saw.
that's true. Albert
But
really kept his mouth
those
shut a lot, but
documents are also
mhm,
sealed.
true. True.
Facebook wasn't.
Right.
And I never saw where Landon actually posted anything about Al. Now, people
No, it
who
was all
knew
her
her
friends.
did.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can't prove that she said those things,
Very true.
but her friends were getting it from somewhere.
Mhm.
I wish they hadn't gone there, but yeah,
But they did.
but
Yep.
they did, and it's probably going to get 10 kinds of ugly. There's going to be a lot of things said, I think, because they're going to try to show that all the additional stress did trigger the DID, since that's what she's allegedly going with.
Right.
Um,
Vanessa says people don't like that because their son was murdered. And I think that's going to play a big part of this because they are going to need to make the jurors feel sorry for her, like the Spudler said. And I think they're going to struggle with that, because how can you feel sorry for a monster, right? How do you do that? So they would really have to paint this picture of her feeling like she had no choice, feeling like she was in this constant battle, I guess. And I just don't
Or at least one of her personalities.
right, or at least one of her personalities.
Yeah, they're
So
gonna have to
go ahead.
really try to prove that. And I don't this doctor may be dragging her feet because maybe she didn't find DID.
Right. But wouldn't that be better to just come out and say that than to get to trial and be like, eh?
Well, they might have found another expert to fill in last minute. I don't know. Without the DID, she really doesn't have much of a defense. I don't think she has a mental health disorder bad enough to prove insanity.
Never tried to hide her actions. Tisha made it clear her choice is to hide her actions. Right. So that's the thing. So how do you prove that she wasn't in her right mind, or in the defense's, or in the, I'm sorry, prosecution standpoint, they're going to have to prove that she was. And so I wanted to read this brief portion to you guys so that you can hear some of the evidence that they have against her just with what occurred. Okay. So it says the following section will outline what investigators have learned about Letecia Stauch's activity on January 27th of 2020. The outline period of when Gannon was likely murdered. Some of the information contained in this section will be repeated in other portions of this affidavit or letter in more detail. So it says investigators believe that Gannon was murdered by Letecia in the afternoon hours after approximately 14:14, which is 2:14 in the afternoon on January 27th of 2020. They got home at 2:21 or 2:22. So they're saying after that time frame because that's whenever they can last track her not being at the house, I'm guessing. So at his residence, and more specifically in his bedroom, physical evidence recovered from the residence and inside of Gannon's bedroom support that a violent event occurred in his room, which caused bloodshed, including blood spatter on the walls and enough blood loss to stain his mattress, soak through the carpet pad, and to stain the concrete below his bed. Some photographs of this evidence are included below. Based on the evidence recovered from the residence, Gannon's remains were eventually brought through the house into the garage and loaded into the back of Letecia's Volkswagen Tiguan. After cleaning the murder scene, Letecia utilized the Tiguan to transport and dump Gannon's remains on the evening of January 28th, 2020. They even have the date that she drove him to the exact location that they were able to find evidence that he had been there. And that's why they were searching that area so hard, because they knew they drove there and they found the board with blood on it in that area. And so they knew he had been there. It just took time for them to realize that she had moved him afterwards. It says Letecia likely disposed of his remains off Highway 105 South Perry Park Road in Douglas County, Colorado. Indeed, the Metro Crime Laboratory determined that blood discovered in Gannon's bedroom, Stauch's garage, and the blood on the piece of particle board located off of Highway 105 South Perry Road matched his DNA profile. So to have the brain power to kill him, hide him in a suitcase, put a board in the back of your car so that you can't get blood on your car or inside of the back of the car, drive him to an airport where he sat for a day until she went back and got her car, and then drive him to this location during the night and dispose of the board and Gannon. All of that requires a lot of thought and planning in my mind. And so I think that's all going to work against her whenever it comes to, did she do this or not? Did she do this or not, but was she sane when
Well,
she did
for
this.
devil advocate, I'm being the devil's advocate here. It's not that I believe it, okay?
Hmm.
But with DID, personalities can take over for seconds, minutes, weeks, months at a time. Yeah, days too.
She's
There
claiming she
is
lost a whole year.
there is no set timeline, and there's no telling what those personalities would be. Um, in theory, she could have one in theory that's a criminal mastermind. They have to prove that that's not the case. And I think with the fact that the text to, family members and phone conversations and things like that, they're going to say she was acting weird because I don't believe she ever committed a murder before. You would be acting a little weird trying to hide that, especially having to run around, cover things up, move bodies, and stuff like that. She also fled the house to avoid questions.
Hmm.
Um, so I think she had it figured out pretty quick that what she was saying wasn't adding up. So, I mean, I don't know. I think her interactions with other people are going to speak volume. Although she was being unusual, she wasn't anybody else. She probably responded to her name and things like that. People with DID, when they switch, you can literally yell their name at them and they
They
will
don't
walk right
respond.
past you. Yeah,
Hmm.
they will walk right on past you. Things like that. You will notice. You will notice sometimes even expressions will change. The
Hmm.
way they smile. Sometimes, somebody be right-handed, all of a sudden they'll switch to their left hand. They'll start writing with their left hand. Um, things like that. Normal habits that person generally, if they drink coffee black, if they switch personalities, they might add cream and sugar, and they might eat food that normally they don't like.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's obvious. It's like watching Invasions of the Body Snatchers or something. You see it. It's creepy. It's
Right.
creepy. It's like a loved one being possessed temporarily,
Hmm.
and everybody around them notices it. And if you're around that person a lot, once you figured out what's going on, you got a diagnosis or whatever, and everybody's used to it, a lot of times they can tell what personality they have when they
So,
first see them.
with DID in mind, I'm going to read this next part and I want you to tell me your opinion of how this would fit with the DID diagnosis. Okay, so this is from January 29th of 2020. It's the interview and report of the alleged rape of Letecia Stauch. It says, as mentioned above, Letecia came voluntarily to El Paso County for the interview with investigators, but only after she was evasive and avoiding speaking with investigators one-on-one. Her interview was audio and video recorded. I'm sure we will see it. And the below information includes her own statements as well as the investigation geared towards corroborating those statements. In general, her statements were reasonably categorized as untruthful, incomplete, or incomplete and misleading. Letecia was supposed to arrive at 10 a.m. on January 29th, but she did not arrive until noon. Although she spoke with investigators on the phone several times, she did not want investigators to come to her home, and she was difficult at best to track down. Investigators provided food and water to her during the interview. Of interest, Letecia brought several pieces of notebook paper with her that contained notes that she had written down. During the interview, she referred to these pieces of paper and asked investigators if she could just read her notes. Investigators were not able to seize these documents. I have conducted hundreds of interviews of subjects, victims, and witnesses, and this is extremely rare for an individual to bring notes to an interview. Letecia drastically departed from her initial statements given to EPSO deputies regarding the report of Gannon's disappearance. In summary, Letecia said she had been held at gunpoint and raped by a Hispanic male she knew as Eduardo, and that Gannon was abducted by that male after he finished raping her. The interviewing detective believed her statements were false and based on prior experience investigating sexual assault cases. She said she arrived home around 2:30 on January 27th and that she disarmed her security system, went into the basement. She said that Eduardo was in the basement, attacked her, pointed a gun at her, and she said that Eduardo held her at gunpoint. He allowed her to go upstairs, greet her stepdaughter, who had just arrived home from school, and then she sent her outside to ride her bike, returned to the basement where Eduardo, then continued to penetrate her against her will between 3:30 and 4:30. During this period, she believed that she had hit her head and may have blacked out, another brain injury. Investigators noted no injuries on Letecia's head during their contact with her. She also said that during the attack that Gannon jumped on his back and that he was able to throw him off of his back across the room. Eduardo had finished, he had the gun held to Gannon and demanded a suitcase. She provided him with a brown suitcase and a cardboard box. He then attempted to assault her again. She hit her head and blacked out a second time. Letecia said that she tried to fight Eduardo off but was unsuccessful. I know from training and experience that if an individual holds another person at gunpoint, he or she would likely not allow the person to have the opportunity to escape, as was described when she was allowed to greet her stepdaughter upstairs before returning to the basement. Most crucially, if Letecia's story was accurate, any reasonable person would have immediately called 911 to report the home invasion, rape, and kidnapping of their child. She called law enforcement hours later and did not report the alleged rape until approximately 2 days later. Even more significance, she said she cleaned up the area where the alleged attack had happened, straightened up the signs of disturbances in Gannon's room, and cleaned up the utility room. Investigators recovered cleaning supplies such as carpet brushes, which contained the suspected carpet fibers. They found those in the dishwasher, like the second day. I submit that Letecia did in fact clean something up, but it was the murder scene of Gannon, not a sexual assault. And so they also had camera footage of them coming home. They had camera footage of Lena coming home, but they never seen anyone else entering that residence before or after that time period. So with DID in mind, how does this fit into this whole interview that she gave and this stuff here? How would that fit into a DID diagnosis or like how would she try to explain this away using DID in your thoughts? This elaborate story that she had. Yeah, what a crock. I know. I know. Hi, Crazy for Reptiles. Oh, in the bushes.
I'm here. I don't know how.
Touch it.
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm trying to process it.
Yeah,
I
it's
am. I'm
obvious.
trying. Yeah,
It's a
it
lot. So
is.
like I just don't understand how the defense is going to try to work this in. And you're usually devil's advocate. That's why I'm thinking like how can you even do this? Because she went there, she responded to her name throughout this whole interview, right? So it was her there.
Yeah, that's what I'm
How does that work?
saying. That's what I'm saying. She came up with the DID too late. Um, she came up with that one too late in her plot. I'm not sure exactly when she came up with it. Maybe after the interview. I don't know. but like I said, there's signs. People will even dress differently than what
Mhm.
they normally do and style their hair differently. Women will do their makeup differently. You know, I mean, it's different. It's different. Um,
Another thing that's going to work against the defense is this one says that it says investigators also reviewed Leticia's phone records during the time period that the alleged rape was taking place between 15:30 and 16:30, the hours of January 27th. During this time period, Letecia had phone activity to include outgoing phone call, numerous iMessages, which are text messages using an iPhone, to Mr. Stauch and Harley, namely to discuss purchasing a new set of headphones for Albert. These text messages occurred at the following times: 3:41, 3:42, 3:43, 3:44, 3:45, 4:11, 4:19, and 4:20. In my opinion, she was texting Albert nonstop to make him realize that nothing's weird, nothing's going on here, because she didn't want him to suspect anything's going on. So what better thing to discuss than a new set of headphones? But looking at that, again, how would that fit in with DID? Did her alternate personality, get raped and assaulted and things like that, but then also need new headphones for Leticia's husband? Like, it doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense. It's none of it. That's why I'm saying none of it really truly fits with DID. She's trying to force it and make it fit with time gaps and lost memories and behavior nobody can explain and things like that. And I understand that killing Gannon was allegedly out of her normal character, and that allegedly, because I didn't live with her, so I don't know. And I haven't interviewed or talked to anybody who did live with her or knew her well enough to know how she behaved. I never interviewed any of her family or anything like that. So I can't I can't say that harming a child was normal for her or not.
Right. Hi, Avery. I just want to make sure it's you before I take down the little hickey jigger.
It's me. I had the train going and I was trying to mute real fast because the
Oh,
train's in
you're
the
okay.
background.
Oh, geez. Your camera's on, just so you know, hon.
Oh, I tapped it. Okay. Thank God it wasn't facing me because you know
I
what?
know, I had just taken my thing down too. It was like, oh no.
I'm serious because I am in my pajamas with a bird's nest fro on my head. If that would have been facing me, I would be so
Been
humiliated,
mortified, right?
mortified. I just had
What
to
are
come
your
up
thoughts
with
on all of this? Like
um
the DID fitting in with the actual arrest affidavit.
right. So what I'm thinking, and it sounds like In the Bushes has some kind of psychology background like I do, and that I got kind of excited to come up to talk to her. But it seems
No, I just studied independently and I have met 3 people actually diagnosed with DID for real and spent time with
oh,
them. And that woman ain't got DA or DID, I can tell you that.
oh, okay. Yeah, so I studied psychology. I got my master's and there's just I mean, I didn't get my doctorate, but there's am I echoing?
No.
Okay.
Slightly, but
I can
it's not terrible.
yeah, I can hear it. Hold on, let me adjust my
Do you have your YouTube open?
okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're better.
So it seems to me like Letecia has been probably accessing the library or something, and she has looked for one of the very few or have their onset in the 30s and 40s age range because that there's just that dissociative identity disorder all of the symptoms that come along with that, this lady up here in Panel in the Bushes was saying, people around you know it's so apparent. And the um the rate of committing, a homicidal act with that is so rare. So I'm so surprised her attorneys would be going with this.
So let me ask you though, so could the actual act of even like what she went through Sunday night and harming Gannon originally, and then the act of actually murdering him, could that make her go into a DID thing if she was already like, is that something that could make it on set that could have
Well, sure.
started?
Sure, yeah. If she actually has that, any traumatic event could throw her into it, but she details out too many things. Like her actions don't go along with a person who's experiencing, like a Walking Dead moment that, can last for a while. Like you don't have any memory of it. It's pretty much like amnesia, but she's been able to say different things that, like, all the way from, him burning the carpet, and when she was arguing with people on Facebook about different things, she was able to say very specific things that just wouldn't
Right.
correlate her as being in a dissociative state.
Right.
But
No, I agree with that.
trauma can, it can, create a switch into it. It really can, but the switch is usually gradual, and people around you usually know. Like they'll notice, like, your behavior changes, or like using your opposite hand, dressing different, um, because you're dissociated from your body. So you, at that point in time, you don't know who you are really.
Right. So my thing is, okay, so now we look at where the prosecution's going to be standing on this versus the defense. Even if she does get diagnosed with DID,
Mhm.
this could have been something that occurred after because of all of the crap that she did, right?
Right,
It could
right.
have been a
And
gradual change that took place after, and not necessarily something that happened prior to her killing Deannon. And so I wanted
Mhm.
to read this
So
one part here because
she would still be 100% responsible for the actual crime.
right.
Yeah, and oh, if that's what her attorneys are going with, they're gonna have psychiatrists in there that are gonna tear that apart. I can't think of I can't think of even one case where somebody actually, did something this horrendous from that disorder. She picked the wrong disorder. What is wrong with this girl? I think she's
That's
just
crazy.
crazy. I
I'm
mean,
glad though. I'm glad to hear that because yeah. I know that the doctor who is doing this is famous for getting people off the death penalty, but not found guilt. Like they're still found guilty, but
yeah,
they lose like their death sentence, and that's not something here. That's not something that plays a role in this case at all. And I don't know.
right.
I just think that they have just an abundance of evidence that she was in her right mind. Even to what I was getting ready to say was, even after this interview with ESP or EPSO, whenever she's claiming all of these things happened, they tried to send her to get a SANE exam done, and
Mhm.
she faked a heart attack basically, rode in
Yeah,
the ambulance to the hospital, took her little notes, shoved them down her pants so that they couldn't take them, and then she
right.
signed herself out and
She's
took off basically.
she's terrible at trying to fake a mental issue. So like when she went to her divorce proceeding with Al and it was a Zoom meeting, she acted like she was seeing like butterflies in the room, and she was grabbing at him, and then she was pretending to talk to somebody,
I remember that.
in the room. And it just doesn't match up with what she's trying to claim now. It's like, what are you like, what are you
No,
trying to
she
fake?
was trying to, it looked to me like fake some sort of schizophrenia and was doing a horrible job at it.
Yes,
Once
yes.
again, she didn't nail it.
Right. That's what, and so it's kind of like, Letitia, which, if you're gonna try to fake one, at least be consistent with it. She's just, I just think that, honestly, I just think that some people are just evil. I don't even think, everybody has some kind of a mental illness. Everybody does. But I don't think with her that it's any kind of um, major mental illness that caused all this. I think that she's evil. She wanted to get rid of him, and she just did a very, very, very bad thing.
Well, I myself think it was pre-planned.
Oh yeah, I do too. I do too.
I just don't think it went as planned.
Yeah. And I'm scared to hear the child, to be honest with you, because what I heard already about, like the gunshot in the jaw, and then I heard there's more gunshots. I'm like, oh my, what are we about to hear that this child possibly went through? Like, am I even prepared to hear this? Because I have a feeling that it's going to be absolutely awful.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's gonna
Yeah.
be bad.
But Sleep
And
Mom, I didn't mean to take over your panel.
No,
It
you're
was,
fine. I'm
it was,
glad you popped up.
it
no,
was
I'm glad
good.
that somebody who actually really studied psychology came on up because I'm a novice, so have at it.
And
Hey,
all of my studying was just talking to my mom my whole life. So
but a lot of times, people who are self-taught actually learn, more on their own, because a lot of times our instructors are teaching us in a biased way. Different psychologists, they have different ways of teaching things, and they believe different ways. So sometimes it's better to learn it on your own. I
Well,
know.
I mean, I had some psychology classes. I did
Mhm.
take some, but I also have a friend that is a psychologist who
Mhm.
became a psychologist after he got married and his wife was diagnosed with DID.
Wow.
And
they
they're
are,
divorced, but they still live together,
Mhm.
because
guys, I'm gonna pause you there
he takes
because
care of
they are
her.
back.
Oh,
So we're
okay.
gonna
I'm gonna hop
go
down
back.
so I can listen.
All right, bye everybody.
Bye.
Is at this point in time,
So when you say research, it kind of makes me a little nervous, okay? Because you can only base your verdict on what you hear in this courtroom.
Right, but I'm just saying that's from a genealogy standpoint, I have to do the research. So that's what's created me to not preconceive an idea.
Okay, great. Does everybody agree with that?
Yes.
No. Okay. I think you had to raise your hand because I'll drive the court reporter nuts and there's a million yeses on the transcript. Okay. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay, great. No hands. Number 19, I'm going to follow up. Does it surprise you that this burden beyond a reasonable doubt is the same burden in every courthouse in the United States?
Surprise me?
Yeah. Be surprised, maybe not the word I'm looking for. Would you be safe to say, is it your knowledge that that's the same burden in every courthouse?
That too.
So it's been like that for, gosh, almost 250 years now, right?
Right.
And so what we're talking about is nothing new.
Right.
Jurors have been getting together and using this reasonable doubt standard, seeing what the facts are, applying those facts to the law and rendering verdicts. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Does that make sense to everyone? Okay. We're not inventing the wheel here, right? Jurors have convicted people with this standard and acquitted people. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you do that? Can you follow that standard and weigh the facts and apply the law to those facts and render a verdict, whether that's not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty?
I believe I can.
Can everyone do that? Raise hands. Okay. Can anyone not do that? Okay, I'm gonna pick on juror 72 back in the back. I didn't see your hand go up either way. What do you think? See what I was talking about? Sure.
Why is it important for over again? Sorry.
Sure. Can you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt and render a verdict based on the facts that are given to you via the evidence and weighing those facts with what the law says?
All the instructions given by the judge.
And I want to talk about something you put in your questionnaire. You okay with that? You're not a big fan of police officers.
No, I despise it.
Can you see why that may make me a little nervous?
That's your problem. The one with the problem.
Well, I mean, can you be fair to both sides?
It depends.
Okay, tell me what you mean.
Right off the bat, no, because that's
So do you think that's going to cause your ability to be a fair and impartial
if you're
juror?
not emotional and you don't like that, then fine.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just trying to figure out what you put in your questionnaire and whether or not you could be a fair juror. That fair?
Have to call.
Well, I'm asking you, could you give us a fair shake?
I don't know, man. I don't like courtrooms. I don't like the system. I think it's
I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm not gonna ask you more questions. Does anybody agree with what juror 72 says? Thank you. Anybody disagree with what he says?
I think it's a shame. That
What
it
do you
feels
mean by
like,
that, juror number 2?
I just feel like obviously he's had so many things that have happened. And it's a shame that he's had to go through those things that has soured him to where he feels that he can't be impartial.
Juror number 3, how are you doing? Did I surprise you a little bit? I'm gonna ask you a question. What would you say if I said you've been training your whole life for this moment? You'd say you're nuts, right? You know what I mean by that?
We're all part of the United States, and that's part of our duty to.
I'm gonna help you out. You don't ask jurors to leave their life experiences at the door when they come in. Your life experiences is what makes you a person, right? See how that question might mean something now? Yeah, no? You just don't want to talk anymore, do you? That's fine. But would you agree with me, though, that you don't leave your life experiences at the door when you come in? But what you can't do is base your life experiences in rendering a verdict. You have to base it on the facts, the evidence, and the law. That Can you do that? I'm gonna talk to you now. For number 11, what do you think?
Don't leave your set your emotions aside and consider.
And along with those everyday life experiences, you're going to have sympathy, especially in a case such as this. And the question I have for you is, can you put that sympathy aside when it comes time to go back and deliberate with your other 11 jurors as to what the facts are and whether or not the facts fit with the law and render a verdict based on that? Can everyone do that?
Yes.
Are you saying you can do it? You raise your hand? Good. Number 13, I want to ask you a question about the sympathy aspect. It also applies to the defendant. You can't have sympathy for the defendant. You can, but you can't let that interfere with your verdict. Are you okay with that? Is everyone here okay with it? Let me see a show of hands if you're okay with that. Great. You're 18. How are you doing? Wonderful. Does it surprise you that one of the ingredients or the elements of the crime not include motive? And again, you haven't seen the instructions listed in the elements of the crime, but could you see why it might be difficult for us to prove motive for any crime beyond a reasonable doubt?
Basically, I'm here for you to present your evidence to me. I can make a vote on both sides.
You understand the burden of proof is completely on us. They don't have to do anything. They're going to do something, but they don't have to do anything, right? Right. If they choose to put witnesses on the stand, you understand that we get an opportunity to ask them questions as well. And we get to do what's called cross-examination. And we get to cross-examine, for instance, if they choose to call experts to the stand. And are you going to hold it against us if we challenge those experts and the opinions that they may bring to the court?
That's your job.
That's their job to do that as well, right? If they choose to do so.
Mhm.
When we talk about sympathy, are you going to have any sympathy for any witnesses that are called to the witness stand because they may be cross-examined? Might be kind of tough on them. You're number 9, how are you? You're a judicial assistant? Where are you at? All right. Do you know us then? Nothing that's going to interfere with your ability to be very impartial? But you've been following and you know everything that's going on as far as the jury selection process. Yes. You know that the burden of proof is on us. You know that this case involves a murder of an 11-year-old. You know that there's going to be autopsy pictures, right? Why is that? You think that's something that would be necessary for us to do to meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt?
I wouldn't know necessarily the necessity of it, but I would.
You think the manner of injuries to a person can dictate the state of mind of the person who caused those injuries? Let me use an example. Say you're on a jury for a shooting. The person who shot someone else aimed the gun and shot him in the foot. View that differently from them aiming the gun and shooting them in the head. Do you see the difference between what the two intents may be?
Yes.
What is it?
More of like an accidental.
Do you think that might be an indication to show whether or not someone intended to kill someone? Did they shoot him in the foot or shoot him in the head? Okay. But
I do understand that. Yeah.
does everybody understand that the differences between that? Because as the court said, one of the things we have to prove is what's called the mens rea. What was going on in the defendant's head when the crime happened? What number are you, Gail? My glasses are broken, just as goes figured, they'll break during this. You are juror number 27. How you doing?
Good.
Do you think actions sometimes speak louder than words? You mean what?
Or just kind of breathe.
Would you agree with me that sometimes actions speak louder than words if you don't have any words? Sure. Just give me a second. What was my intent just then? Do you think my intent was to get a drink of water?
I don't know. Were you thirsty?
All right, let me ask, is your 26, is that your number? What did you think my intent was when I got? What?
Stop.
The stall.
Get ready.
That, how did you determine that? I didn't tell you I was stalling, right?
It was on the context.
So if it was a crime for me to stall, would you be able to develop my mens rea, the intent to stall, based on what you do? Tricky, isn't it? Like one of the MCs used to say, tricky, tricky. You're 25. What do you think about that?
There could have been lots of options. You could have been, could have been strong. I mean, I agree with some of them, but making that decision. And from actually speak.
Well, I'll change it on you. You see me going to what grocery store? You're king soupers, you watch me walk in. See me go in the soup aisle. You see me go to the bottom shelf and get tomato soup, which I like. Take it out and go buy it. You don't talk to me, you don't know me, you don't know anything about me. Well, my mens rea based on what you said. Well, could you say, hey, that guy must have wanted some soup? You know what I'm saying? I'm going nowhere with this now. I'm gonna change topics.
Know that you're getting, I mean, I would see that you're getting sued, but it would mean nothing to me.
Got it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about legal insanity, okay? We talked about that. And I'm going to pick on a couple people. Juror 64, how are you doing back there? You bet. And you are in that field, right, of mental health. And so do you know whether or not legal insanity is a mental diagnosis?
I would say so.
Okay, why do you say that?
First of all, I do not, my personal opinion, I do not believe in. And there's reality, right? So maybe they might have paranoia delusions, but.
And I probably did a horrible job of asking the question, but legal insanity is a legal term. Lawyers wrote it. You won't find that in the DSM-5, right? It's not a mental disease or defect or a mental disorder. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Yes, what I'm saying is, it might not be legal, but in reality, person can be totally disabled mentally. Fine. At that point, there might be the legally thing insanity.
Sure. And I understand that, no question. Do you also think there are some people who have mental illnesses that are legally sane?
Well, absolutely, most of them are.
And what do you say that?
Plus, most people, they know what they are doing. Might be kind of odd, but they know right from wrong. And that won't good delusions or psychosis. They might do.
And is that something that is obvious when you see it? What?
Most people, they are not.
And how do you go about making a diagnosis like that when you talk about psychosis, for instance?
But you know, report for them. First time they're on. I look at their overall appearance, and then they really having psychosis. Severe cases.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Juror 51. How you doing? Bet you don't know where I'm gonna go, man. Right. Would you agree with what Juror 64 said?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm not gonna go through the whole thing with you. Would you agree that, oh, well done. Can both of you, let me ask you, follow the instructions of law as it goes to legal insanity and not and put aside what you may have experienced in your professional capacity?
Because I am on. I'm sitting there trying to assess the case. To the defendant, right? So. First, I'm having to I'm more into why she did it. Of course, it's, my knowledge. I can put aside, I will not put that as the
restriction.
And I'm not asking you, I'm just, the instructions that you get on what legal insanity says in the state of Colorado is instructional law. And I'm just asking if you can follow that despite what you may have heard or read, for instance, in other states or something like that with regards to legal insanity. Okay, and I'm not asking questions very well, I apologize. How about you? You're 51, so. You're 50, how are you doing back there? Good. I don't think we've heard from you yet, have we? One of the things that is defined in the definition of reasonable doubt says that you're not allowed, or you can't speculate as to what doubt is. It's not a speculative doubt or vague speculative.
Kimberly, can you hear her?
And you can't assume facts that you don't hear about in trial. And you can't say, well, this must have happened. You hear about it, you can't use it. Okay. The reason, well, you tell me, why do you think it's not beyond any doubt? Or if you don't see it for your own eyes, would you be convinced without any doubt? If you actually witnessed the crime, you may have that beyond any doubt, but you wouldn't be a juror, right? You'd be a witness. Do you think that's reasonable to have that standard? Can you
Sure,
repeat yourself,
50 if you could.
please?
You just ask what the best.
I don't think so. How about you? Have you ever been 100% sure of anything? No. Goes back with your son. Dude, how are you? Probably don't want me to ask you a question, all right? Hey, does 1 + 1 = 2? All right, this happens every time when I'm picking a juror. We have juror 28. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 20 or 29. Juror 29 said sometimes. Juror 29, why does 1 + 1 not = 2? If you saw my math grades. Is there any engineers left in the panel? We have an engineer. Okay, you're coming over here. Juror number 11. Why does 1 + 1 not always = 2? Okay. Well, every other jury I picked, I got this right, but this one I didn't. But even math may not be on a reasonable doubt is the point I'm trying to make. Okay, at least we don't know why, but you may have some doubt as to 1 + 1 = 2. Is that right, juror 29? I think that makes sense why it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that? Yes. Okay. I want to go back to juror 66. How are you doing? What are your thoughts about all this? The reasonable doubt, burden, legal insanity, natural gas. That's what you're thinking about, right? Talk to me about that. It sounds like you provide natural gas or you help facilitate that for a large number of people. How are you going to do if you're on this jury? I'd take it over what we got right now. Why didn't you say something before? You don't know anything out there. Right. I appreciate your eloquence and your response, because you're right on.
Totally off the question, right?
No, that's what I'm looking for, because we need to know that. And, you know, I'm sure no one in here is comfortable judging any of it. You know, that's not your role. That's not what you woke up this morning to do, right? Even though you had a jury summons, but you get my point. Does it help to know that you are really judging actions? Don't have anything to do with any potential sentencing? You're basically, like you said, you and 11 others are determining what the facts are. You and 11 others are determining how those facts apply to the law. And if you can't do it, there's nothing wrong with that answer. But if you can do it, let us know.
That's my understanding.
That's the problem with this whole process, because you don't have all the information, right? We're asking you hypotheticals, and we're asking you, you know, what your thoughts are. And that's why it's difficult. It's really difficult to pick a jury, because I can't come out and say, hey, here's my facts, here's the law, what do you think? You'd make a fine juror. You know, I can't do that. And so you're the only one who can tell us. I'd like you to think about it. And if my time is out, maybe you can tell someone else what your thought process is. But if you do come to a solution on that, raise your hand, I'll come back to you, okay? Betcha. Juror 69, how are you doing over there? Yeah, that's what I'm calling on. Yeah, well, tell me what you think. What do you say?
About this case.
Seven and a half years of school, what am I gonna do?
Big decision.
And I just want to, I want to clear up for everybody, the fact that she's pled not guilty by reason of insanity doesn't take our burden away for the charges. We still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that first, the crimes were committed. We also have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, if those crimes were committed, that she was legally sane at the time she committed the crimes. But I mean, are you okay with that burden being?
It's on the court's end, not mine. Sorry. Yeah, he must be talking to the judge, or they must be talking to a juror about something. Just took me a second to get back because I was out in the kitchen working on some dinner. I have to feed my husband today. Yesterday I did not feed him. I just the court's end, not mine. Sorry. I took my son to his karate and everything else while I was live and stuff, and he's like, "What's for dinner?" And I'm like, I didn't do that." So he was on his own yesterday. So hopefully, we can. I don't know what they're doing though. But the judge did mute, so wondering, it must be a bench conference. If you guys remember, we're not supposed to put those out there. So we will wait and see what they say whenever they come back. In the meantime, Nicole S., we are down to 27. So they have let go. What's that? 48, I guess. Yes, fend for self night. We call it yo-yo here. You're on your own. So we call it yo-yo. You read it. He read the comment about you calling him. That might be it. You need to call the judge and tell him to turn the volume up. We can't hear the potential jurors. Now it's total silence. Yep. Oh man. Goodness, what could they possibly be discussing for this long? I would put a timer on your bench conferences, Judge. You have that a lot since you have teens. My littles are like, they don't eat what I make a lot of the times anyways. Like they'll eat parts of it or whatever, but so it's usually typically pretty easy to feed them compared to feeding my husband and my son. So, but he made them chicken nuggets last night, so everything worked out. Your husband is an off army land train. Oh, okay. Nothing but fun for yourself here. I'm always like, what's the point of cooking dinner if it's just going to be me and him eating, because like I said, the littles don't typically eat that much of what I cook. And then my son, like, he'll eat, like, he's very finicky with food. Like, he'll eat a couple bites of something and then claim that he's not hungry or whatever. And then, like, an hour later, I'll see him with a bowl of cereal. And it's like, excuse you, you could be eating dinner, not cereal. But throwing some throwing some steaks on. You're gonna wing it tonight is Fend for Yourself Tuesday. We're gonna do I grabbed some steaks out of the freezer earlier, so I'm getting ready to cook those up. And and some noodles and stuff. But I had to, like, we don't want to do this trial for, well, 8 weeks if you include the 2 week of jury selection, and have my husband not get fed the whole time. He would be like, never again. Never again. Or even for that matter, like the housework and stuff. I folded laundry the first like hour or two that we were on, getting stuff done around here. So, gotta be able to multitask if we're gonna do the court hearings.
Right.
All right,
Russell
here's-
Wilson. May have someone describe him as being the best quarterback I've ever seen. You have someone else describe him. Are you kidding me? He didn't make one good pass the whole game. Same game, two different perspectives, right? You think that happens in real life in criminal cases?
I have a question here.
If you can just speak up a little bit, please.
Sure thing. So yeah, with the perspectives, just kind of the way that.
And so when you're talking about a criminal case, you can look at all the evidence as a whole before you come in and weigh someone's credibility.
Yeah.
Because what happens is we can only call one witness at a time, right? So you may be weighing that witness's credibility each time we call a witness. You really can't base a verdict until you go back to the rest of your jurors and deliberate and then look at the evidence as a whole. Can we do that? Can everyone do that?
You have about 2 minutes.
How are we doing back there? I forgot your number already. Let me come back to 66. What are you doing? All we can ask of anyone is do the best you can under the circumstances. Because, like I said, I can't tell you how it's going to go and what's going to happen. You're the only one that can tell me how you're going to react to evidence coming in, applying that evidence to the law. And I'm going to ask you outright, if we meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you feel like she's guilty, can you come back and render a guilty verdict? Flip of that. If we don't meet our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, you listen to the entire case and you say, I don't think they got it. I'm not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you find or not? That with an open mind. Okay. Can everyone do that? That's all we're asking you. If you cannot do that, raise your hand, please. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Before we get to defense question, I wanted to do some follow-up on an issue. Juror 56, you had put on your questionnaire that your husband was having some surgery. And you were unavailable on April 3 and April 6. I'm sorry? Okay. And what date is the surgery? Let's see. So the 6th is a Thursday. Is he going in for that day or? Okay, and what's on the 3rd? Oh, all right. And is he going to be done on one day or, I mean, I'm trying to stints. Really?
But he needs to be done.
I mean, just from my perspective, stint sounds bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
Okay. Obviously we would be starting trial on April 3 if we can, if everything works out the way that we think it's going to, or hope that it does. Are you going to be able to be here on April 3? Okay, the 6th is a Thursday. We don't have trial on any Thursday. But I am a little concerned. Are you going to be distracted on like the 5th or the 7th or anything like that? Wondering about, oh, he's going in or he's just gotten out. I should be home with him, anything like that. Okay. Okay. All right. I just wanted to follow up on that. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Tellini.
How's everyone doing? Good, okay? All right, I hate this part of the trial, the beginning part when I can't talk, so I'm glad we're finally to this part. And again, I want to thank everybody in this room for coming back after lunch, after hearing what this was going to be about, and after hearing how long we might keep you. And I want to start off first about talking what this portion of the trial, this portion of the proceeding is, jury selection. Sometimes we call it board ire. That's just lawyers like to use fancy words to make sense, make it seem smarter. Board ire simply means to tell the truth. And we had a juror, I think she was juror number 57 over there, and she kept apologizing because she had these preconceived ideas because of the media and everything, and kept apologizing for not being able to put them out of her mind. But what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, she did exactly the right thing. You guys have no other obligation right now other than to be honest, to talk about where your heart is right now, talk about where you're sitting right now. Nothing else like that. We're not asking you to change views. We're not asking you to do anything impossible. Just tell the truth. Can everyone just be honest and tell the truth? Everyone can do that? All right. A lot of people express this in some different ways. Who has right now, looking over there, at a position where they think Ms. Stauch is guilty? I keep doing it.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
That you think she's guilty, but as you're saying that right now, you're coming in thinking she's guilty. And so when they're saying, they're asking if your mind can be open, Miss 27, what I'm kind of getting the impression when you said you could be open, you can be, you think she's guilty. Maybe I might be able to convince you otherwise, but as you sit now, I'm going to have to do a bunch of work to convince you something different. Is that accurate?
Your response. Correct.
Mr. 42, same. 32. Did you raise your hand?
I did not.
Oh, okay, well, then I'll go ahead. 60 though, that's, I mean, I really got that. That's- Based on what you've seen, everything, you think she's guilty. Your mind might be open, I might be able to convince you otherwise, but right now you're thinking I would have to overcome. 66, you're nodding your head. Okay. You can't presume her insane right now, or presume that she would not go with that reason insanity. Right now, you think she's guilty, and I'd have to do a lot of work. to convince you. Okay. Close raise your hand. 56. Do you agree with 66? Pretty much in the same position. Okay. I mean, I'm behind the 8 ball right now. Okay. 63. Yeah, that's you, sir. Sorry.
Same thing.
Same thing.
I was in Puerto Rico at the time when I came up here. All I had was my family trying to take notes.
Sure, it's your bad luck day. Okay, but as you sit right now, based upon all you've heard about before you came in this room, I'm behind the 8 ball. You can keep an open mind, but I'm gonna have to convince you. Pretty convinced you will. Yes. That the insanity is much. 61. Same as him. 69. I didn't see it. Did you raise your hand? Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm saying. Okay.
Overwhelming.
Okay, I would have to overwhelm you with evidence that you can say it's not, okay. And so if the law was that it's actually, they have to prove overwhelming that she's saying, you can't apply that law when there's a dead kid. Okay, or at least where you're sitting right now, I would have to overwhelm.
I'm gonna have to say overwhelming.
Okay,
You know what she wants to do.
okay. Okay, and as of right now, I mean, it's only you're not, the presumption of innocence is not there.
I have some possible, maybe possible, she might really been insane at that. Because of the brutalness of crime she committed.
Yeah.
Thinking, how can a person in my mind can do that without any type of that's kind of that aspect.
Okay. Well, does anybody else over here who's with jury number 66? And again, it's 60, all you guys, no, thank you for your honesty. That's all we're here for right now. Close is kind of sitting, saying the same thing. Like, be open-minded, boy, he's gonna have to do a lot to overcome how I'm thinking. 33, feel that thing. 48? How are you getting? $30. 29, where are you at? Sorry, you can yell at me.
Council, hold it for just a moment, please.
Sometimes I stand in one issue. Oh. It's like,
what that is.
I get fearful, angry.
I was saying
Yeah.
that I would have to hear all the evidence on both sides before I make up my mind. I can't say right now she's guilty. She's not. Once I hear all the evidence, I weigh all the evidence, And figure that out.
It is, but in a criminal case, Constitution, process clause, requires it right now, actually through the course of the case. 2028. All right. Like, where are you at? Are you, for some of the jurors say, right now, baseball, I've come in here with, what I've seen in the media, I'm thinking that she's probably guilty. Maybe you can convince me otherwise, but that's where I'm sitting right now. Or are you in a position, I think she's innocent, think she's great.
I've never heard with the media. This is the first time I'm hearing this case. So. Outside.
Okay.
So I have open mind on both cases. I've not, so, I'm like, right now.
Eric, I think it's him and one. Over here, everyone's kind of getting where I'm going at. We've heard some people say, hey, I can kind of keep an open mind, but as I sit here, I think she's pretty guilty. You're going to have to do a spectacular job and overwhelm me. I mean, and I appreciate juror number 66 and 60 when they were asked, like, yeah, I can find her guilty. If you find her not guilty, it was hard. And that was a great honest thing, but how many people over here are kind of in the same position at 60 and 66? What? No. it was just, yeah, no, and I really appreciated your honesty in the way that you did that. And so sometimes jurors oftentimes articulate things better than I am able to. And so I appreciate that. And like I said, right now, honestly, and this is a hard case, ladies and gentlemen. We're planning on being here for 2 weeks before we finally get to a jury that we can pick from on April 3rd. But all the people in suits here know that this is going to be difficult. It's 8 weeks of people's lives. That's not easy. Got other stuff to do. We got a ton of media on this thing that makes it a lot more difficult to presume somebody innocent. We've got a dead kid who was murdered horribly, badly. Everybody gets emotional about that. Everybody should get emotional about that. And sometimes a lot of people can't put that emotion aside. I don't care. And then we've got insanity, which a lot of people have a lot of feelings. We know that this is going to be difficult, and all we're asking for everybody to be honest. Okay, that's what I want everybody to understand. That there's no bad answer. I'm got nowhere else to be. We're gonna be here. 52. What do you think? Yeah. Now, good. I'm glad that you said that. Okay, because criminal trial is a little bit different than any other type of case in that the burden of proof. We're out and I'm driving, Mr. Cook, rear ended me from behind, and I said it's my fault, I'd say his fault, we go to court, it's a civil case. And it's just by what's called a preponderance of the evidence. And you just got to decide, more likely than not, who was, at fault. And that's kind of for a civil case. Then like sometimes when there's an allegation of child abuse in the home, kids aren't being fed properly or taken care of properly, what's called a dependency and neglect. And before the kids can be taken out of the home, it has to be proven beyond what's called clear and convincing. Again, things terms. Another thing is clear and convincing is somebody has a strong belief. I have a strong belief that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, but somebody else may think there was a conspiracy. I don't think they're in that case. I don't think they're unreasonable. I just have my strong belief. They have a different strong belief. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest standard that we have. It goes all the way back to Rome, the standard. A lot of stuff go back to England, go back to Rome. Rome, it was interpreted in Latin, clearer than day. That I know that the earth is round. It says You're flat, I know they're unreasonable, okay? Beyond a reasonable doubt, I know the earth is round. Someone says something different, you're not kidding. Okay, so this is something I'm sure of. Something I would not hesitate to act in matters of importance to me. With a standard that high, you know what that means? I've had this happen before, go to jurors. And we go, you know what? Y'all had a strong belief that your client did it. Weren't sure, you didn't know, they improved beyond a reasonable doubt. And then we had to vote not guilty. And you do that in a case like this. I've never been in juries. I know it was a long time ago, but I'm sorry. 51? Well, I mean, you might go back there and go, boy, I think she was sane, but it's possible she wasn't. If you were in that position, you have to vote not guilty by reason of insanity. And you do that. And I want, and for you and your number 64, you both have mental health training. And we don't want you guys just to leave that at the door. I mean, you guys can take that and you guys can use it in kind of, you know, what you think of the expert or the different experts coming. What would not be okay for you to go back in the jury room and say, oh, based upon this textbook that I had reviewed, you know, in school or whatever, this expert is wrong. You can have your opinion, but to tell people tell the jurors what other things from outside the courtroom would not be proper. Are you okay with that? For 64? Move back over here. I know the judge asked everybody what they thought about the not guilty by reason of insanity, and some people were shocked. You're number 2. You indicated on your questionnaire that you feel that not guilty by reason of insanity is an excuse.
Well, that was the one thing I wanted to change after listening to everything you guys had to say today. I had mentioned it early to someone that I felt like maybe it wasn't a good idea that I just give it a blanket like that. I've never had, I am unaware of this case completely. I have always felt in my heart that there wasn't such thing as a plea for insanity. I think we're all a little nuts, but I just felt like after listening to everybody and opening my mind up to the possibilities, that it could be something I should be open-minded like everyone is saying, and I would do that.
You would do that? Okay.
Yeah, I would.
I know number 3, you have some issues with the insanity.
They're insane just like after the fact.
Yeah.
But if they've had serious issues beforehand, then
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to prejudge this at all about whether or not you think she's gonna be insane or not. I guess I'm more towards just the defense itself. And I guess here's the thing. It is an affirmative defense in the state of Colorado. It's there with statute. And I think an easier thing to kind of compare to is self-defense. You know, again, if I went up and I just went over there and I punched Mr. Allen in the face, that would be 3rd-degree assault. I've done it, okay? But if he had said, you know what, I hate Josh, I'm gonna go punch him in, and I see him walking towards me with his fist like that, and then I hit him in the face, that would be self-defense. So it's an affirmative defense, even though I did the actions. The state of Colorado has very specific things from us apply. And if it do, then that's not guilty. And insanity is the same. If we meet these criteria, once we raise it, they have to disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove, you know, she's saying, are you okay with it? And because and kind of on like the self-defense thing, there's sometimes I'm not okay with that. It's self-defense applies whether it's a man or a woman, okay? I've raised my boys that there is never any justification to hit a woman. That if some woman comes up and hits them, they need to take it and they need to get out of it. That there's no excuse for that. And so if I was on a trial where it's a man and a woman and he's claiming self-defense, I'm not going to be the right juror for that because I don't believe him. I don't believe there's ever anything. So kind of what I'm trying to get to the point. I'm trying to find out if there are jurors that feel the same way about the insanity defense as I do self-defense if it's a man hitting a woman. No? Okay. You look puzzled.
It's gonna be challenging.
It is.
Paperwork today and write down whether she's guilty or innocent. That's, well, I'm struggling with that. It's tough, but what I look at is that's what our country is based on,
It is.
is justice. And we have to, whether we like it or not, we have to go in with our view.
Well, I guess I think that's a great point and a great thing. You know, we have like Lady Justice and she's blindfolded, you know, and we're supposed to have the same, you know, you'd agree, we're supposed to have the same standard, whether someone's accused of stealing a candy bar or a murder. You know, the two people should stand before that jury the same. And, you know, one of the things they're supposed to stand before is, you know, they're supposed to be presumed innocent, you know, when they come in. And I think it's hard. Everyone knows it's hard when there's this much media. And again, I can tell you, everybody in suit, Ms. Gradiano and the judge, we would all much prefer there had been no media, you know, on this case. Because it wouldn't be this difficult. And I think you understand that she has a right to be presumed innocent. And so I guess when I'm asking you, I'm getting, and again, if I'm misphrasing something, I'm getting from you, I know what I need to do, but because of, I can't help the facts of the accusations or the media or anything like that, you're hesitant to say that you can do it.
I like to believe I can. I believe I can put on that
Yeah.
mindful of justice. Under the decision that
Feel confident that you can, or do you just feel hopeful?
What's with you?
Yep.
I think
Okay, that's all I want. Number 13, I know that you have some issues. Well, now to go raise it and say it.
I do.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it's kind of, if she didn't do it, then she pleads innocent, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that she said innocent by reason of insanity tells me that she did it, but I did it because I'm insane, right? So they do their job and they prove that she killed him. And then you do your job by proving that she was insane. I mean, you both won, but we don't have a verdict that says she did it, but she was insane.
That's what,
You know what I mean?
that not guilty by reason of insanity, right? She did it.
Yeah.
So if you don't think she did it, it just be straight not guilty. If you think that she did it.
It would be a lot easier if the insanity thing wasn't there.
And so, look, and all I, and you know, like I was asking Mr. 11 here, I'm hearing from you.
Right.
Like if this was, it would, you know, an alibi, she wasn't there, didn't do it. These concepts, presumption of innocence, beyond a reasonable doubt, easy.
The problem that I have is when the judge says, okay, look, from point one, everybody's got to think that she's innocent.
Yeah.
And that's a true statement, except when the fact that she says by reason of insanity, that leads the belief that she did it, and she's using the insanity plea to explain it, right? I mean, the fact is, the boy's still dead.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part about this all, is he's dead. And I don't know, my biggest problem is if they prove that he was killed by her, and then again, you prove that she was insane, he's still dead, right?
Yeah.
That's where I'm trying to wrap my mind around the whole thing. The innocent piece is what I mean, you know, is the innocent by reason of insanity. If I could say, well, she did it, but she was insane, so there was a reason. You know what I mean? But innocent tells me, in my mind, that she didn't kill him, that the boy didn't die.
Yes, I'm trying to figure it. Let me ask you this. Also,
It's like a ping pong ball going
Go
around.
back in your head.
Yeah.
I'm going back in here too. Yeah, your questionnaire, you also said you thought you would be.
From the media and from sitting through this, it's got me to realize and open up my mind a little bit. And I mean, we had a former president that always liked to say fake media, right?
Yeah.
So fake news. That probably applies in a lot of cases here, right? I mean, I don't know what channel I was watching yesterday, but or a couple days ago that said that you know, the psychiatrist had found that she wasn't insane. But I'm sure you're going to come up with one that says she was.
Yeah.
But the news didn't say that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's always two sides to a story.
There is. And I kind of, and going back to, I'm just trying to figure out like where you're at. I know like if you can, and it's confusing and there's a lot of legal jargon and everything.
Right.
But to be a juror, I like the all mask and honesty. You have to presume you're innocent. Can you do that or do you have some reservation?
I would like to say that I could do that. I would like to believe that I could. But the answer is I don't know.
Juror number 14, I know you had some issues with the insanity. Not insanity, you had that the news had influenced your opinion.
Well, it has a slant.
Okay. Yeah, like that.
To me, right now, it's like you were saying, Lady Justice.
Yeah.
For me, the scales are balanced. Either side right now in my mind, except for what I heard on TV, which has a slant,
Yeah.
I can put that aside and look at the balanced scale. That's how I see it.
Brian, you've been here, you've heard all about this case. How's that impacted you?
I'm much. Just see. This position.
And I worry, just because you're here. Don't take this wrong. I worry that you'll worry. Your decision is going to be, you know, second guessed and talked about and everything else. I get, let me put it this way. We've heard from all of the jurors. A lot of people have come in here, seeing the media and everything like that. Preconceived notions. She's guilty, Sandy's bunk, everything like that. My guess is there's a lot of people in the courthouse who feel that same way, and you're gonna be around them, they're gonna be asking, if you were to come back not guilty by reason of insanity, how could you do that? Is that a weird day? I think that when you were, I don't know.
Honestly, we don't talk about.
Okay.
cases very much. I mean,
I know.
so we don't talk about. A lot of friends that we talk about with somebody.
Yeah.
But.
Juror number 18, what do you think? What are your feelings on the insanity? Not guilty by reason of insanity.
Here to hear the evidence, first of all.
Yeah.
I heard a little bit on the news. News to many other things. And today, follow on to Florida and all that stuff. I didn't know any, so. Very interested to hear both sides of the story.
Juror number, where's 24? You put down that you think that the not guilty by reason of insanity is a ploy.
Yeah, I did, but you know, as you read through the rest of my stuff.
Yeah.
You see my background a little bit.
I do.
I've been on that side.
Okay.
I'm on this side, been through the system and stuff like that, but when the judge was talking about, you know, the media, giving the one side, is the media giving the facts, you know?
Yeah.
Is that you're hearing that one side, all that other stuff? It automatically clicked on me, because I teach I'm a superintendent for a construction company. I lead my guys, I lead baseball leagues, I talk in churches, I do all kinds of, from my experiences. For me to put down what I did, I cheated the system in doing that. And went against what I go out there and try to promote by not hearing both sides.
Yeah.
So, yeah, what was it, the reason I'm saying?
Yeah, you
My way I look at the reason of insanity, actually kind of elaborate, I think, on what the gentleman down here was kind of going back and forth.
Yeah.
If you're of your normal mind, your right frame of mind, even doing something like that, you're knowingly, willfully, and you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
So the insanity plea would come in, I think, you know, if you actually did not, you know, understand or know that what she was doing. That's how I differentiate from the two. But I mean, there's been where I've been and seen that the actual people inside on the other side of the fence, you know, in the yard and all that stuff. You know, I mean, I'm no expert because of the book.
Yeah.
But I have firsthand knowledge of seeing these people. Hearing stories. But to say, no, she's guilty, and
I guess what my worry is that I think a lot of people there are not killed by reason of insanity. Oh, kind of a last ditch, you know, ploy trying to get out of something. This is kind of an excuse. Mindset. And that mindset is actually the exact opposite that a juror needs to sit in if they're going to be. And I'm kind of hearing from you if I'm wrong, but you kind of came in with that mindset, but now it kind of readjusted.
oh yeah, I am, and that's because, you know, when the judge was saying it, I'll see what the media did, and all that stuff, so me putting that down without hearing both sides, putting it right in, all that garbage. And we can. Okay.
Just one quick follow-up.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
You probably will, good work. Yeah.
I can't tell if they muted again or what's going on. You think the request to move trial is fair in this case? Some of these people were part of the search. The kids went to school with him, right? But at the same time, they didn't. I don't know. There's still a lot of people who weren't involved in that too. Your husband got jury duty, couldn't get picked for any trial. You think it's because he's military? Yeah, I guarantee that's probably why. Chaotic. I know she's guilty, but I want a fair trial that isn't overturned, right?
Because it's here, we have legal axioms and everything like that, that are good in books and everything like that, but in practicality, it's not the way I work. They're gonna be presenting it. We're gonna be fighting them too. We're gonna be doing everything that we can, okay? Well, I'm not gonna sit, I'm gonna fight, I'm gonna do everything. The only person, look, I like everybody here, but that's the only person I have to do with you, is right there, and I ain't gonna fall. And I'm gonna do everything I can to help protect her, okay? But the law, what it does is, it kind of like, ground rule for, court, it requires you to start over in this position, way over here at not guilty. And it's basically kind of like a football game. They've got to drive the entire length of the field over that goal line. They get stopped, at 90, the 2-foot line, game ends, it's not guilty. It doesn't matter if they drove 98 yards or not. That's what it is. What I'm kind of getting from a lot of people here is that they're not necessarily starting on their goal line because of the media and everything else, or the facts, or the graphic nature of the charge, everything like that. Maybe they're starting at 30, maybe they're starting at midfield, something like that. Kevin.
You might have a military intel husband, but I have Fireball Investigates as a moderator. So
Want to do some stuff. Do some stuff. You're number 50. Mr. Young talked about it a little bit. It's not gonna be an easy job. And if you're gonna be chosen to be on this job, you're gonna see autopsy. Photos of the 11-year-old kid that been in a suitcase for over a month. And the way that the injuries occur are going to be important. They're going to be important for both sides. I think a lot of times us over here forget the impact that has on people because it's just our job. We have to do this, all the time. Are you going to be able to do that? I'm not saying you don't have an emotional reaction. I'm not saying you want to do something. But are you going to be able to do that and then put aside your emotion and look at those photos for what they say, or is it going to be something that experience is going to be so emotional that you're not going to be able to look at it rationally? Oh, 75, right? Let me see what it is.
That's
Yeah.
right. It's 75.
75. Sir, no one's asking anything.
10 minutes, Mr. Tellini.
What do you think about all this?
Mr. Tellini.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Heard
All right, I'm gonna circle back around. Some people put some stuff down in the questionnaires. I want the judge to ask about some difficulties. Juror number 2, you have insomnia?
Yes.
Do you think how will that impact you? Sorry.
The clarity, just because I've been going through this for years, I don't get enough sleep, so by this time, day is usually when I go to sleep.
Okay.
So 2 o'clock is usually the magic hour.
So
I'm fresh in the morning, even if I haven't had sleep, but for some reason, right around 2:30 is when it hits me. So anything that I'm taking in, you know, it might be hard to really take in.
okay. Number 25, you said you're unavailable on Wednesdays? In April, yes.
In April, I've got some appointments. But I'm being-
Okay, so do you think, and weren't you also going on a trip? Okay, and that's in stone, and so if,
I could move it, but I would have to move it like now.
okay. All right, number 33, or 33? Oh, right. Do you have some work issues that you think that if you're chosen to be here for 8 weeks out, financially work as well as work connections? Or the legal stuff. Maybe because, I mean, we can delay that until the end, but what I'm worried more about, if you're supposed to be on the jury, you're not gonna be able to work nights. You're gonna be able to survive financially. Number 42, you said you're unavailable April 10th through April 11th? Yeah. 46, and this make it very difficult for you to do your job.
Well, 10 stores that I supervise.
Okay.
Each store has. And if I have somebody.
Also, the type of thing that I might be able to make you sit here for 8 weeks, but if I might be going to places.
I might. I can tell you, I've heard everything that everybody says. Okay? I have not talked that and told them. Everything that I want to say, that I.
No, it's more, all we want is the truth.
So. Earlier there was discussion about, judging. I think we all judge people. Extent might differ, but we all judge each other every single. So, we come in and ask.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come in and ask questions about whether or not we have or haven't, or will.
Already made up.
Yeah,
Oh.
not necessarily a made up mind,
Yeah.
but we've already judged. Not just about every. The judge.
I'm not against you, good.
About each other.
Well, what-
I think everybody has made a judgment.
Judgment thing.
I don't know it.
That you made the judgment.
Judgment isn't necessarily about hurting. But may or may not. Judgment isn't about innocence or guilt. About character.
What's your judgment about a person?
No, I'm not gonna allow that.
If you're number 51, sole provider for your family? Oh, that's right, no. How difficult is this gonna put your family out? What's, if you're here? Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm asking. It's okay.
I know.
You have 69 years scheduled doctor's appointments that you've been waiting a long time for. And in New Mexico, you have to like kind of get like a special grant to be able to get something. And when and we had to reschedule, how long would you have to schedule that out, or would you know? About at a time, anybody have anything? I should know.
Give me just a minute. So juror 33, I wanted to talk to you a little bit. What kind of work is it that you do, sir? And you work 12-hour shifts? And how many days a week do you work?
3 days a week.
Okay. And then also, in addition to that, every other weekend? Or does that, or those 3 or 4 days include that weekend? Okay. All right. And juror 69, tell me a little bit about this, I guess, analysis that would occur. You're going to New Mexico April 17, and how long is it going to take for them to do what they're going to do? Okay. Let's talk about those dates for a minute, because the 16th is a Sunday. Ah, got it. Okay. And then, got it. Okay. I see. All right. So you would be going to New Mexico when? On the 15th, or wait until the 18th? Okay. And do you already have that appointment set? Where is it in New Mexico? So 6 hours roughly? 6 hours roughly driving? Okay. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 20-minute recess. So if I can have all of the jurors, number one, remember where your seat is. Number two, step out into the hallway and be ready to come back into the courtroom at 10 after 3. What will happen in the meantime is that the attorneys and I will be discussing jury selection, and it's actually, as Mr. Cellini indicated, it is a process of deselection. So there will be more jurors that I will excuse. And once that happens, I will have further instructions for the rest of you. So with that, I'll rise for the jury, please.
So there it is.
Well, I wondered if that's what happened. I put-
No,
It was running and then when it told me that I needed to move it.
Okay. I muted them because they're like whispering and I don't think we're supposed to hear this part.
As long as she can't, just start trying. Okay for now? Okay, all right. Why not council take just a couple of minutes to talk amongst themselves? And in the meantime, I will work on my own list here.
Sorry, Seal. I just don't want to be the channel that results in WebEx getting pulled for everyone, right? They tell us not to play the bench conferences. That's part of it. He just asked T if she needed to go pee though. And he said he's going to look at his list for the next couple minutes. Yesterday, it only took literally, but you want to hear this part. You're nosy. Yeah. Me too. Right. We have to play by the court's rules if we want the trial to be streamed. Exactly. Yeah, talk amongst yourselves, do your thing. And so that was the issue yesterday. Whenever they were talking amongst themselves, we could hear them. Sorry if you can hear that. My husband is moving the level. Yeah, do it right. I know. It's no fun though, right? This whole process isn't meant to be fun though. It's meant for justice for Gannon, honestly. Let's see. I wonder how long their couple of minutes is going to be. That's what I'm curious about. Let's see. What can we look at for a couple of minutes? No, chaotic. It is not paid for. The Daybell case, Lori Vallow, Lori Daybell, whatever you want to call her by, they went 25 cents a minute for that trial access. Could you imagine paying 25 cents a minute for several 8 or 9 hour days? Yeah, it's free access through the court's websites. And so normally this isn't allowed to be streamed through WebEx at all. But the judge made a special ruling so that they could have just the regular cameras in there rather than letting like court TV and everybody like that come in and record. Yeah, and that's the crazy part. It's only audio. It's not even the video of her trial. Right, it's unconstitutional. I agree. I think that all trials should be streamed whether they have media or not. Who's to say that just because 5 million people didn't want to see Nolani Johnston, for example, as a little girl who went missing. Who's to say that, just because her trial didn't get clickbaity and didn't get a whole bunch of YouTube coverage and things like that, that we don't have the right to sit and watch her trial. Who's to say that we don't have the right to be able to watch the Daybell trial? And there's so many others that, you know, they don't let be streamed, and I don't think it's right. I think that any family who can't be at a trial should have access to it at any time that they want by being able to stream it and things like that. That's just my belief. You watch Law and Crime normally, show you all the trials. I seen that. I think, was it you who came in and who said that? Judge Poyce took the death penalty off the table for Lori Vallow today. I think they're going to have a hard time proving that she was involved and that it wasn't just Alex killing everyone. Covering it up, covering up their disappearance, things like that. But the actual act of murdering her kids, it's going to be hard to prove.
5, 7.
Sounds like they're coming back.
42, 6, 3, 66, 9.
Okay, I'm going to grant 66 off of the top. Looking at his work situation, I think that is appropriate. In addition, I'm going to grant 33 for hardship reasons as well. And there was one other.
But what if you can't actively
25,
watch it?
I'm going to grant.
Louisiana girl.
That's right on the cusp. Her trip to Hawaii is right on the cusp of maybe ending, and that's probably just a bad idea. So I'm going to grant 25 as well. Let's see, who else did you have here? 42. Oh, and 42 for the same reason.
He just randomly muted. I bet you we weren't supposed to be hearing that. And they probably told him, like, hey, we can hear you, Judge. So it sounds like, oh my gosh. It sounds like they're eliminating a lot. I mean, remember, there's only 27 left. I hope they get rid of that one lady. She has said every possible thing that she could say to try to get off this jury. Every time they have asked her a question, she says. And she has just been trying so hard to go home all day. So once they eliminate and decide who they're keeping, we should be done for the day, which means that we will have finished about 40 minutes or so before we did yesterday. They made really good time, even though the guy in this morning was like holding them back a little bit, I feel. Oh. You don't want to say hi? Are you sure?
I want color.
You want to color?
Yeah.
Where'd your marker go?
I know.
I don't know either.
I want
Look for it. Yeah. Okay. Another YouTuber said they actually talked about handing out CDs of the video for the Valor trial. I wonder how much they would charge for a whole CD of the trial. If they're charging 25 cents per minute. Hey. Sorry for everybody with earbuds in. I'm so sorry. She had to settle for stickers because I couldn't find her markers. So they are hoping, okay, so since we got 20 yesterday, he said hopefully we could be done Monday of next week. Now, consider there is not jury, there's no trial stuff on Thursdays, So we'll have this today, then tomorrow there will be selection, and then Friday, and then likely Monday as well. It just depends on how many people they get each day. They're hoping for at least 20 a day. I don't think we're getting 20 today though. I will be shocked if we get 15. Like today was not a good day for jury duty. Are you saying, oh, good, because there's nothing on Thursdays? Sorry if you guys can hear the song. I just don't know if we will get it. Gigi's. Okay, yeah, Pretty Lies and Alibis. I love her. Talked about it on Surviving last night. They talked about the CDs or thumb drives. Interesting. And I wonder if once you have that CD or thumb drive, are you allowed to stream it then? Like, will she be able to pay for a CD of the trial or a thumb drive and then stream it for you guys? I will say that the Vallow case is one that I followed, but I did not, once it got too deep into all of the different things they were into, I couldn't keep up. I could not keep up with all the different players and the different things that were going on. And so that's one that I always defer to other people whenever they ask about the Vallow case, because I'm like, okay, so you want to go watch Hidden True Crime or Pretty Lies and Alibis or somebody like that, because I can consider myself knowledgeable about Gannon's case to a point. Like, I know a lot of the things, but I do not know that about the Daybell Vallow case. So yeah, better than nothing though. It's hard for me to keep up with too many things at once. And so I was following that. Nalani Johnson went missing. And then the Daybell situation happened, and I started following that. And those were like my first two cases into true crime, really. Like following it, right? Following it on Facebook and stalking people through their Facebook profiles and looking at all their deets and stuff like that. That was like the gateway for me. And then when Gannon went missing, of course, my sister-in-law, she texted us that night and let us know, like, hey, can you pray for this little boy? He's missing in our neighborhood. Um, you know, and they went out searching and things like that. And she kept us up to date daily. And I started following it immediately everywhere I could and trying to find out, everything. And Gigi is doing a great breakdown daily right now. Good. That's good to know. Actually, let me get you guys her channel link, because if you want to follow that as well, it sounds like that would be a good place for you guys to go. If you don't already follow her and you head over, please just let her know that I sent you. Just let me get you guys her link. Oh yes, look at this. Part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, and they're all like half hour or so. Like some of them are an hour, but it looks like it would be something that you could go and you could watch these videos and get a catch up rundown of the case before this starts. So here is her link if you guys are interested in following that trial as well. You were neck deep in that one. It was just so crazy you couldn't look away. Yeah, you know what though? I felt kind of weird with all of the religious type stuff going on. It was almost like, okay, this is getting dark, like some of the things that were going on. And then I started to wonder, like, were they sacrificing these kids or what was happening? And essentially that is what happened. Essentially they did sacrifice the kids. You can't watch that trial. Too many crazies in there. Yeah. I think whenever I started to get lost was whenever, like, everybody started to seem to have the same name, and I'm like, "Wait, which one did it? But is that the one who knew her beforehand? Is that the one that, was with Chad too?" Like, I don't know, I started to get so confused. She's got a playlist of 50 plus videos on it. Wow. Yeah, she said the kids were zombies, right. Yeah, they were turning dark. It's just crazy. And it's sad because you know that Kylie took care of JJ and did everything, like, to help his mom and stuff to help take care of him. And then once Tylee was gone, you know, that would explain why she thought he was going dark or whatever, in my opinion, because he likely was not as behaved as he would have been if Tylee would have been there. He was missing his sister, wondering where she could have been. And with his issues that he already had, it was too much, I think. You're waiting for the next Wagner case in Ohio, you'll be glued. Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but right now there is somebody who called into the WebEx and they have been on the phone with the judge, it looks like. So I'm not sure if that's what's going on or if they're arguing about which jurors they're going to keep or not. I'm very curious right now because this is the first I noticed that somebody was on the phone since we've been muted, but it says that they're muted. So can they talk to the judge without us hearing? I'm not sure how that works. You met Larry and Kay last time you were in Lake Charles, randomly in a restaurant, bought their lunch. Such sweet people. Right, she took him off his meds, right. And then expected him to just what exactly? It was devastating, devastating. And then the whole storage unit situation and all that stuff, like, no. I was, like, blown away whenever they showed Alex taking stuff in and out of the storage unit on those videos. Like, I really think they're gonna try to blame everything on him and act like they had nothing to do with it other than the cover-up. And I don't know how they're gonna prove that she manipulated him or whatever they're gonna try to say. I've always questioned, did she have a romantic relationship with her brother? Because their dynamic was always very strange. And to be completely honest, I wish that they would look up her sister's death, because she passed away and it was like diabetic or something along those lines. Like, it was something to do with her health and they used her credit cards and stuff like that. And I've always wondered, did they kill her the same way that they killed Tammy? I wish they would, like, dig up her remains and test her for whatever it is that they tested Tammy for. BC, it's because they can't stream it. It's hard to cover something daily if you can't stream it. Yeah, they did. They found the remains in the backyard of Chad. But even though he buried them there, and even though Chad put the concrete slab over top of them and was going to build a building over top of them and all that stuff, doesn't mean that he necessarily knew that they were there. I think that's where they're gonna get them, you know? He can claim to not know all day long. But she can definitely claim to not know. Goodness me, what are they doing? Where are you, Mr. Judge? Where are you, Mr. Judge? I want to know who's staying on the jury. His kids say he was framed. Yeah. The prosecution, you mean? Without evidence. Hmm. Hi, Kathleen, by the way. Welcome. I know that his kids, like, they have stayed by his side and everything, but I don't understand how you can stick up for your dad after the fact that you find out that your mom was drugged. Hopefully the camera and sound will not be as much of an issue on Billy. Are you talking about for the Wagner trial? I'm assuming. You always have to, like, decode where BC's mind process is. Singing, hit the like button, right? That's so funny. Yes, no opting out this time. Right. Well, Mr. Judge, I could have read like 4 more pages of the arrest affidavit. What are we doing here? Oh. He psyched me out. He started to talk and then she stopped. No, I think they found that drug in her system that was like the same material or whatever that was used for Lori's ring. Like some type of plant or something along those lines. Oh, she was strangled too. Oh, so they just made sure that she was deceased then. Yeah, it's gonna be so much finger pointing, it's gonna be ridiculous. I think they used the same thing to kill Alex that they used to kill all the rest of them.
It's all good. Take your time.
We don't know yet. That's what they're trying to tell us. But they're still figuring it out.
All right. First of all, I want to thank the remaining jurors that are here. I want to thank you for your time, your attention, and your honesty, and your dedication. Here's what we're going to do. The first thing that we're going to do is my staff is going to give you some contact or something to write down, some contact information. We need a phone number, an email. We're also going to be handing out cards to you that have your return time. You should anticipate to return on April 3 at 9 a.m. It's on the backside that they have the contact information, right? My card. Yeah, okay. So on the card, there'll also be, oh, it's on the front. And on the front of the card is contact information for me. Take that card, put it in your wallet, pull it someplace safe that you'll have it for the next 2 weeks. And what will happen is if something occurs, something changes in your life, some emergency or something like that, call us and let us know. So that we can keep apprised of what kind of numbers we have for our jurors as of April 3. So we'll take a minute to have them hand that out to you, and then I have some other instructions for you.
Did he dismiss jurors without us listening? Because I'm going to be so sad if we don't know how many people are left. Certainly, they're not keeping all 27 of these people.
And juror 26, how's your allergies doing? You seem to be doing better. You doing okay?
Sitting outside of my own job.
Okay. Absolutely.
Scan document, the summons.
You know, while they're passing this out, that's one of the things that I can talk about. For anybody who needs anything for your employer to show that you are actually here, you were here today and you will be with us for 6 weeks or so, starting April 3, let me know. I can get you a letter. It's from me. It's got our letterhead on it. It explains that you're a juror on this case, what your dates of service are going to be, and that you're not actually on a beach in Cabo somewhere having a great time. So if anybody needs that, or if you need it even before we start on April 3, contact me based on that information. You can send, Jack, does that have your email on it? Okay. You can just call us, leave a message, and we can get a letter to you. So for anybody who needs something like that, let us know. We'll take care of you. Yes.
Sorry, I work from home, so everything I do is just uploaded on.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What would happen is we would send it in a PDF format, and I will write the letter out. We'll scan it so that we know that it's in PDF and can't be changed, and then we'll send it to you. So if you need it, just let us know. Okay. Do you need one before you leave today? Hang around for a little bit. I'll get you one today. I can put it in your hand before you go today. Okay, hold on, because I need to write down the names, because it's bad if I say to whom it concerns and you fill in the blank with the name. That's a bad thing. So, so juror 26, 28. Saw another hand. And you are 52 and 22 and 48. Okay, I can get that done. The downside to it is you're going to have to wait towards the end of the day, so you do have to sort of stick around. But I can get you a piece of paper in your hand. You want an email? You just need to. Well, you're going to be giving us your email, so just we'll send it to you. Yeah. Yeah. You guys all wanted email? I got it. I got you covered. Yeah, well,
My work schedule is like 3 months out, so.
no, it's okay. It's not a problem. It's, I'd forgotten that we were getting all email addresses from all of you folks. So it actually makes it easier for us. So it'll be fine. For those who are wanting the letters, if anything happens and you don't get it by tomorrow or the next day, call and let us know because there's a problem. Okay.
Sorry, CL, wasn't trying to let down your dreams here. I don't know what they're doing. They keep muting. Um, it doesn't really make sense, to be completely honest. I know that they're trying to get the jurors' information, but they didn't tell us how many are left. Who is here still? How many did we gain today? You know, I'm sure that they'll discuss it at the end like they did yesterday, but are they going to mute us for it? Yeah, he looks like a mountain man with a beard. Exactly. This is from the court website. Hi, Jackie. So this is from the court website, though. I just pulled up the first photo that I could find. And then this is Mike Allen's assistant. This is what he sounded like all day today. Little man cop. Wanted to. My goodness, what is he doing? Hmm. You like it personally? You like the beard, or you like, or you like the little cop? Is this who you like? Or should I draw a beard on him? Junior came over here and she's like, I know who that is. That's Mr. Officer. I was like, yes, it is. We have like a couple minutes and then I have to leave for tumbling class. So I'm hoping that he finishes up here. I'll keep it on regardless, but it'll take me longer to do things from the car. We'll go on a road trip again today, it sounds like. We'll be road tripping.
Do we have everybody? Okay. All right. So here's what you can expect going forward. Let me read this instruction first before I sort of lose track of where I'm in. You have probably already guessed that there has been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the instructions that I give to you. You can tell your friends and family that you may be on this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to stories or even opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this case with anyone, and you should not listen to any opinions regarding this case from someone who is not a juror. If someone asks you why, just tell them it's because that's what the judge told you. That puts the burden on me and not you, as I told you at lunch. That way you just say that's what the judge said, and you don't have to worry about explaining it any further. You can still blog or communicate with others, just not about this case. You can do any blogging about your jury experience. You cannot do any blogging about your jury experience or communication with other jurors. You can still watch TV. You can still go on the internet. You can still do your shopping on Amazon. But you can't look up anything about this case or the people involved in this case. If anything regarding this case comes through your feed, change the channel or turn the page. Do not give it any attention. You are not allowed to look at, read, consult, or use any material of any kind, including any newspapers, magazines, television, and radio broadcasts, dictionaries, medical, scientific, technical, religious, or law books or materials, or the internet in connection with your jury service. I want to emphasize that you must not seek or receive any information about this case from the internet, which includes all social networking, Google, Wikipedia, blogs, and any other website. You are not allowed to do any research of any kind about this case or this kind of case. So what will happen is that we will bring you back on April 3rd. You won't be sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in now. We will reshuffle those seats a little bit. We're going to bring in 75 jurors on April 3rd at 9 a.m. We're going to go through a little bit of the similar process, although it will be much, much shortened. At that point in time, the questions that I'm going to ask are going to be, has anything changed since we were last together that causes you to think that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, raise your hand and tell me what it is. Sometimes that changes. Sometimes people think about it. It's the enormity of the situation. It is they've heard something else by accident or whatever it is. In addition, circumstances change. I don't wish this on anybody, but sometimes somebody has an adverse family experience. Somebody passes away. Somebody has to move, loses a job or something of that nature. So I ask about those kinds of things because that could impact your ability to continue to serve as a juror in this case. So I will ask about those, and we will ask about the hardship and those sorts of things. Then what will occur is the attorneys and I, again, will meet together to make a determination regarding the final 18 that will serve as jurors in this case. So avoid media exposure. Don't do any research about this case. If something emergent comes up, if there's an emergency that occurs within the next 2 weeks that we need to know about, and which perhaps would prevent you from being here on April 3, you need to call us and let us know. That's why you have the contact information. I want to double check. Do jurors 26, 28, 52, 22, and 48, you're not on, you won't be serving on this jury yet. So you're not looking at losing 6 to 8 weeks yet. If you still want the letters, I'm happy to get them to you to say that you were here today and you will be here on April 3. Do you still need those letters? Okay, so let me back up. So juror, whoops, it's my seating chart. So juror 26, you still need a letter, yes? 28? And 52, you do not. Okay. 22? No. 48? No. Okay. All right. Be safe. And remember what I told you. And then we'll see you back on April 3 at 9 a.m. So with that, all rise for the jury, please. So we just need to email this letters to 26 and 28. I'll get those out today. Here tomorrow too. Good, because I need to talk with Becky. About fell out of my chair when I heard that. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jurors have left the courtroom. I wanted to bring up, I thought about what the attorneys had said last night or yesterday afternoon, and I think you're right. I'm going to give you back the juror, they can have the juror questionnaires and their seating charts with notes on them. We didn't look at them or anything else like that. But I will issue a protective order. Can't disseminate it or give it to anybody else. Can't use it for any other purpose than this trial. Once we get done, keep track of them, because once we get done, you're going to have to give me back your seating charts and the juror questionnaires. And if you don't, you're going to have to do lots of explaining. And we would prefer to have them without coffee on them. Just a thought.
I would prefer to have myself without coffee on me.
You doing okay?
Oh, that's a long.
Oh, boy. Okay. All right. Okay. So just keep track of them and we will get them back at the end of the, we will get them back on either April 3 or April 4 when we have a final jury selected, because I don't think you have any need for them after that. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution,
Not from us, Judge.
defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Shoes. Huh? Came out of these city. Do we need to get a new car? Do we need to keep on, things, company to continue between copies? Did you already?
Don't chuck it before you come in here.
Yeah, exactly.
I was thinking, what if we got to go give a pee test?
So it sounds like they got 22 today because we were at 27 and he said 26, 28, 52, 22, and 48. He asked them if they still needed their, so it sounds like they got, if they're still going to need their, excuses for work, if they're not going to participate in the trial at this time. So it sounds like they don't have to come back because they're not going to be selected at this point. So yeah, final pick will be on April 3rd. They're going to bring in up to 75 at a time, Louisiana girl. You know, he wanted 150, 110 minimum. And he is trying to do jury selection. If we get 20 a day, then we'll be done on Monday. But if there's less than 20, then we will be longer. You know what I mean? So we're only pulling in 75 on the 3rd. Did he say that? Are they only going to get 75? That doesn't sound. That what he just said. Sorry, I was in the middle of like taking care of some things whenever he was talking at the end there. They just made sure that.
So raise your hand and tell me what it is. Sometimes that changes. Sometimes people think about it.
I'm gonna go back and look.
Enormity of-
Yes, trial starts April 3rd. So what they'll do is they'll bring the jury in first thing. They'll rapid pick who they want for their choices, and then they will go from there. One thing I noticed was he said 6 alternates at the end there. And originally I thought that he had said 4 alternates. So they must have decided on 6 now. So that's good though. I would rather have more alternates so that we are safe than having less, considering that the trial is going to be so long. So, but I'm going to go ahead and close down, you guys, because I have to take the kiddos to tumbling class. I appreciate each and every one of you guys who came to watch with us today. Avery, Shannon, if you're still here, love you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat and the gifted memberships. I really appreciate that so much. You guys have no clue. Thank you guys for watching, and hit the like button. I'll try to do a quick summary video again tonight for those of you who may have missed today. And I will see you all in the chat tomorrow. Love you guys. Bye.